Hello，早晨，大家好啊！今日呢個遊戲呢就叫做咪叫 Tangle， 等我 check 多次先。Tangle Tower， 咁就係一個解謎 game 嚟嘅。就係去一座塔咁嘅嘢啦，然之後去揾嫌疑犯啦，就係咁。我覺得佢個嗰啲叫咩啊？美漫或者歐美動畫嗰種畫風嘅特別，係啦，同埋睇落去應該唔係好難嘅，我希望難。所以咧就遊んで思います。咦係咪？係啦，就咁啦。開咗未咧個聲？開翻先，開翻個 Steam 嘅聲俾大家聽。又，好，咁我哋就可以開始啦。Start the game， 好靚啊！佢啲 graphic， 創建新嘅檔案。Tangle Tower 5號 PM 啦，你手指仔喺度篤篤。都得意嘅雞仔，湖邊。
You ready, Sally?
You ready, Sally?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Grimore， 我已經喺度咧企咗7分半鐘。
Just checking.
即係問下
Do you have
啫，
the map?
有冇地圖㗎你？
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
你睇咗件 case file 未咧？覺得
I'm
點？
not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on.
我哋而家唔夠資料。
Did you read it?
點解係女仔步走嘅 view 嘅？
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
應該係 translate 嘅問題。我會喺呢個去犯罪現場嘅路上會睇嘅啦。Case file clear for feel， 唔係 follow 係 feel。Bello 19歲受害者，19歲啫喎，係咧幫佢應該係 Fiona 嫲嫲嗰度畫肖像畫嗰陣死嘅，咁就喺個塔嗰度啦。在場嘅喎，咁應該直接問嗰個嫲嫲。平躺有一處刀傷，冇空氣。但係咧，佢畫緊嗰幅畫咧嘅主人公畫有把刀嘅，刀尖上嘅紅色液體咧唔係顏點而係血，即係畫像殺人事件。一幅畫，呢個就係 Tangle Tower， 有2座塔啦，有啲湖圍住佢啦，啲湖水係奇怪顏色嚟嘅，咁同埋咧附近有峭壁，有蒼白嘅懸崖啦。有斜有滑得爬唔上去嘅，係 Pointer 家族嘅居住地，應該就 OK 啦。呢個就係我哋嘅 Lila， 我哋嘅 Diria， 我哋嘅呢個受害者咩㗎？佢係點死嘅咧？地圖就係咁嘅款啊，湖邊好得意啊！呢個 mini 可以咁樣嘅，花園。
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
一蛋，奇怪嘅湖
And it's
水。
full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
有冇
Not a single one. Although
有毒
there is
啊
something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or
Cassette
it
tape.
used to be.
一個壞咗嘅 cassette 帶，可以咁樣，應該有字㗎。
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster.
魚怪
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp.
未俾人魚。
Hang on a second.
咦？我呢個要
This isn't just a regular
解謎
statue,
開
is
嘅。
it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
樹及雕像有符號。
What animal is that?
鷹
Hawk, bear, lizard.
Right, of course.
Of
A
course
hawk bear lizard.
英雄蜥蜴。跟住啱啱我嗰度睇過未講？
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater?
Oh.
Looks a little
我
weird.
全部都要撳喎，其實應該係。
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Doot, 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 doot.
Please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous.
Ominous.
Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
啲你做咩去睇啊？
That's a big lake.
邊度都撳得嘅喎。
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah, water with poison in it. It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
唯一可以離開呢個島嘅地方。
What a comforting thought.
咁所以其實如果個船佢係爛咗嘅話，就走唔到。Bird who
It's a
kills
bird bath.
啊，
Is that
咁
just
多
rain?
時
There you go.
Please don't do that.
係咪冇咧？
It's a garden, I think. It's
We could walk closer to it.
ready when you are. It's a garden, I think. Ready when you are.
好似冇嘢可以撳。應該。有啲咩可以撳咧？仲
It's a bandstand.
演
It's
奏
small for a
台
bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
呢個咧，呢個龍
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
係俾人串呢個精神。做咩咧？好似睇晒。我諗住佢個口入邊會有嘢添，或者佢眼嗰度，但係佢話冇就冇咯。
It's the sky.
哦，連天空都可以撳。
That must be Tangle Tower.
咪冇咯。
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
我覺得有啲菇喺度。
It's full of the same
Any
weird
fish
nuts.
or it used to be.
應該呢度都睇晒啦，花園。咁我哋就向前行啦。大門，哦，少咗個 O 喎。
Oh.
哦
Oh. There's
Oh, yeah. Tangle Tower.
，true
twir.
true，有封信。
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
我哋讀
Isn't
下
that
啦
an invasion?
No, definitely.
，definitely。有張紙，密碼寫喺另一張紙，記住之後咧就要毀咗佢啦。你講嘅我唔同意，你去嗰度下邊咧係揾唔到噶。
A path leading towards the stone square.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us. Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
係
Huh, there's a heart engraved in. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
TPF， 哦，嗰兩個家族嘅名啊。我呢度就係團
Looks
咯。
like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
我可以行兩邊啊，有冇人喺度啊 ？Hello， 虎瓊，早晨。我哋而家可以行入去屋啦，或者係有條石頭小路向右邊。哦，老師接咗傘。我哋向大門行啊，定係向小路行？
That leads back to the gardens.
係咯，一係向大門行，一係向小路行。What do you think?
It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red.
What do you think? 好好啊，一啲有語音嘅嘢咧，其實可以講少啲嘢。又解密係啊，向最危險嘅地方進發。你覺得邊度最危險先？一係就入去，一係就小路。咁樣一兩條路可以行。Where do you think is the most dangerous? 我哋要去犯罪現場嗰一塔頂。陌生人嘅屋，咁我哋就去啦。我哋喺大廳，呢個咩嚟㗎？好型喎，水槽。
It's a big glass tube.
Glass
There are weeds in there and sand.
It's an aquarium?
Wow.
Could be, except there's nothing living in it.
冇咩養，可能以前有養過嘢，應該就係族
What
譜
is
啦。
that?
I think it's a family tree.
嗱，呢個就係 Fiona， 然之後分咗兩邊啦。呢個就係 Pointer， 呢個就係 Flora 啦。跟住咧，佢哋就有唔同嘅人啦。先，我好難睇喎啲字。YA 死，即係受害者係 Diria 啊嘛，我記得應該係咁樣。好難睇啊啲字，算啦，我放棄，可能會有用嘅。我哋行左邊定右邊好咧？呢個就係 Pointer， 呢個就係 Flora。都係篤下先。
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
土壤係咪線索？
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
個女仔好鍾意個氣氛。我哋行棟門先。
Finally,
Oh,
we
no.
get to ruin this.
呢個咧，
It's not locked.
可以行入去。哇！有好多嘅地方可以喐啦，我可以直接上樓梯喎。咁我哋直接上去。佢有個指示叫我哋讀入去。Flora 塔，呢個係。
Let's take a look at that painting first.
好咯，睇畫先。呢個就係嫲嫲咁靚嘅。
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Philo.
Flora Philo.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
好靚喎呢個畫，嗰把刀。但係點解你無端你畫你嘅家人啊？然之後你會畫佢攞住把刀咁 funny 嘅咧？
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't
Okay,
find
okay,
the murder
quiet.
weapon.
呢個咩嚟㗎？用嚟鎮魂吓？
A gramophone was used to knock out Flora Philo because Freya was going to eat it. Nope.
幅畫係咪同佢遇襲有關？幅畫先啊，沾住血。
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
我哋要 change 啲乜嘢咧？因為幅畫刺殺咗佢。
Is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
好正啊！呢個英
Freya was
英文
standing
嘅看
right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right.
大概一幅
But
畫
it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any
Dang.
other knives around here? Case clear.
有種無厘小五樂
And
嘅
even
感
if you
覺。
were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
冇乜用腦地思考。未完的畫作，個沙
Is that an egg?
啊！佢花園都有隻咁嘅
An
蛋
egg with
Yep.
bird feet.
有
It's
鳥爪，
also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
普通的東西。
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
我哋調亂寶石嘅位置，然之後轉佢咧。啊！首先睇咗條線先，好幼嘅短線咧就係紫色同黃色，好幼嘅短線。呢條係好幼嘅短線，呢條好幼嘅短線，紫色、黃色，係咯，唔係喎，啱啊。跟住咧，OK 粗嘅圓形線咧，就係紫色同藍色一個啦，紫色同埋藍色呢條好難形容啊！然後呢條有啲粗嘅有角嘅線咧，就係紅色同埋綠色，紅色同埋綠色同埋綠色。即係我哋而家做咗呢條啦，做咗呢條啦，做咗呢條啦。好似長方形咁樣嘅線呢，就係綠色同埋黃色，綠色、綠色同埋黃色，呢條都做咗啦。然後呢個唔知點形容嘅好粗啦，然之後有角嘅線呢，就係紅色同埋藍色。有角嘅線，紅色同埋藍色。隨便搞啲嘢係星探嘅特質，唔係啊，唔止喎。
Oh, that was it.
啊，我啱咗啦。佢係好隨便落定論啊，佢唔知係搞嘢。做得好啊
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
！Nothing。
Nothing.
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
MT 蛋有天鵝絨，即係有嘢掣，可能頸鏈之類咁嘅嘢啦。穿咗窿嘅
It's so dark back there.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
留聲機
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
佢有一個卡式帶播放器，而唔係唱片轉
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
係喎，爛咗喎。
What about the cassette tape?
It sure is pink.
哇，好靚喎，咁可愛嘅。呢個卡式帶都係有條鏈。
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
點樣用啊？呢下，哦，兩樣都可以擠入去。OK，好平靜嘅 BGM。
It's piano music.
鋼琴曲播放時間唔長， 鋼琴嗰咁 classic 嘅嘢，就係一個咁靚嘅粉紅色盒盒，聽埋佢啦，好悠閒添。好悠閒，我哋嚟查呢個兇殺案，但我哋喺度聽緊一個好優美嘅音樂，完全唔係做正事嘅。我有下雷啦，有少少播埋佢啦，唔會再聽多次噶啦，應該我諗希望。真係佢都仲播到，佢浸水浸咁耐都播到，都會好驚。其實帶入邊唔係嗰啲可以扭嗰啲菲林咁嘅嘢嚟。哎，有冇聲呢？新嚟嘅同事已經唔知錄音帶係咩，風聲。有啲詭異。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
係喎。散步嘅錄音，有啲失真嘅哼唱聲。咁短嘅？呢個劇色帶唔係可以錄好長。
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
好多綠色啊！啊，黑色嚟㗎？喂，你色差好勁喎！係咯，銀色、白色、啡色、黃色、紅色，紅色好少啫喎，其實。
Freya's painting supplies.
黑色、黃色、藍色、紅色、白色，玻璃罐嘅一邊都裂開咗。
Freya's painting supplies.
哦，一樣啫。係咩位置
A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read.
右上先係黑，係咯，我都覺。
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
佢唔係，佢設計好㗎，冇突然唔見啊啲牆。
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter.
上
It's
面有隻眼
nothing.
喎。我仲有啲咩可以撳？
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
呢度有個，
That's the only door
Oh.
in and out of the room.
佢唔係樓梯上，即係佢有個小門咁樣。
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there. The outline of Freya fell out.
平躺
Looks
在
like she
地
fell
嘅。
onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in
應
the
該
middle.
刺向右邊胸口。
No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
平躺在地，佢正準備畫像，擺好姿勢。係咯。梗係好多呢啲。
There it is, the unfinished.
So...
Looks that way. There it is. The
So...
looks that way.
啊冇咯喎，我有撳。仲有啲咩可以做？
A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look... It's so dark back there.
我唔明啦，佢明明咁開放，但係點解會後邊咁
Somehow the
黑
sunlight
咯？
doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
我而家要做啲咩？出去？佢又冇指示喎，但係其他地方應該都要行嘅，我諗。我有冇漏任何嘢先喺呢度？我可以問佢嘢啦。
Flora Philo?
Flora Philo 會唔會頭髮飄啊飄啊？
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still...
長頸鹿。
some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
一唔答嘢嘅。
Nothing.
Nothing.
What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
暫時啦。我可以問佢喎。需要問咗啦，剔咗即係問咗。問下琴日咧，
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
佢真係唔答嘅喎。
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Plan
Was there something special
Special.
about
有
yesterday?
啲 book
Did
咗
you
嘅，
talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
因為唔講呢嘢咯。
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope.
Yep.
But at least we can say we tried.
哦，仲可以問其他嘢啦。問好。
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
佢開始
I don't
左
really
望
know
右
anything
望。
about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something?
佢係唯一一個見到㗎
Can
啦，
you
應
tell
該
me
係。
anything about what happened to Freya?
Freya 好靚啊，吹呢個頭髮。
Yeah, she's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
冇咯喎，呢個要鎖匙。問多次咧，
Flora Philo?
條鎖匙係咪其他地方揾？
Sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in
可能
some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window?
望住個窗，
Were you close with
我可
Freya?
以咁樣撳人嘅。
How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
Grandmore
I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
佢只係唔答你啫。我兩個都剔咗啦。
Is this your
我
gramophone?
可以撳埋其他嘢㗎。
Do you know why it's cracked?
我可以撳晒所有嘢喎。
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
我諗我要撳晒所有嘢，佢先會解鎖咯。呢度咧，我呢個剔咗。OK，
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
如果唔係一把刀嘅人咧，我呢個冇答，所有嘢都冇答。咦？呢個 停頓長咗啲喎，我仲有冇嘢留？我仲可以點咧？我仲未解鎖喎，我撳晒嘞噃，為什麼？
The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
有啲咩去撳咧？覺得窗入邊有咩好睇啊？
Half the room is a
I don't know if it's a sudden absence of wall.
The whole room is
Yeah, there might be a reason.
Supposedly, Freya was looks like she was still
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
係咯。但我哋要離開呢間房咧，既然佢咩都問唔出。
half the room.
I don't know if it's a sudden absence of...
後面又話太黑
so
咯。
Somehow the sun.
我哋試下行其他房。我哋呢度有提示，我哋睇下所有嘅房。Let's go。圖書室，哦，有人喺度。Hi。
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am
A detective.
and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh, no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
佢眼點解會喺嗰
Speaking
邊
of
嘅
which,？you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
The
我有冇咁
hypothesis-
長啊？睇下直播時間先，好似差唔多
Yeah,
喎。
come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Beefy fellow,
Beep.
microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Innovator。哦，可以問好多嘢。
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great
多謝
disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix.
Flora
But you
and
need not question
Felix.
either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
眼
Constructed
因為係耳機，但佢得一隻眼。
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
好長，唔係啊，得意啊，好似頭箍咁戴落去。
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
我都咁
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine.
Fine.
I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
completely。
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
佢好
Why?
理直氣
I don't
壯，
know, it just sounds kind of sad.
我喺我間
It
房
is
度
not
喊。
unusual.
Oh. Good.
我有公廁，
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
佢
I
得
opened
意
the。door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was
呢隻之前
leaking.
有玩啊，
She
丁
told
丁。
me Freya was dead. I did not
有
believe
諗
it.
過啊。
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
我覺得佢好多
She
語音
insisted that we
好
go up to
勁，
Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside.
好特別
He
啊！
followed
呢
us
啲
upstairs.
畫風。
When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
Blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
咁啊，啊
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood.
啊紅
not
色
paint.
呢個都係血嚟
A whole
㗎，
pot full
成
of
罐
blood?
都係
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
得半罐。
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak
佢
you
唔會
out?
凝固嘅咩？喺呢個溫
In
度。
fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
Do not know the answer.
Is she laughing?
佢個笑
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get
到底
cracked?
係 Diria
I
定
cannot
係
pinpoint it
Flora
exactly.
嘅咧？
All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
2日前嘅啫。空嘅
That
打
belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the
大
garden
廳有
and in
蛋
the
嘅
grand
雕
hall.
塑咩？
Yeah, what's the deal with
花
all the
園有
eggs?
見到。
Some people just like eggs. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness.
佢
But
好
in
如
this
真。
painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is
係咯，
holding.
到底攞
I
住啲
performed
咩
a
咧？
test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My
我媽
mother
冇咁
owns
嘅
no
刀。
such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Of course。
Curious. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know
係
about
咯，呢
those
度係咩
symbols
意
on
思
the
咧
harp.？ Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
中
We're
唇膏
working on it.
We are.
鋼琴。
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with
唔
something.
一定
There was no
係
knife
刀，
found at the crime scene,
可以係其他
Apart from the
嘢。
one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Concept of knife。
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family
Oh.
and the Remington
佢
family.
係承
This
繼人
makes。me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
Yes。
You sound like her.
Diria 應該係 Diria 咁樣講。
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
遲啲去睇下有啲咩先。
Books about nature?
哇！佢真係我冧咗呢個書櫃。
Books about ancient history?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
如果我執起佢哋會
Good
變
excuse.
灰塵。
Thanks. Books about
Haley.
geography.
Skip. Books about
昆
insects.
蟲
Well,
類。
theoretically. There's not a single book on that
冇
shelf.
書噶咯喎，有本跌咗落去。
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
唯一成個書掛得一張一個
I guess somebody dropped it.
呢個係咩？英文
Books about
太
space.
空
They're relatively untouched.
咩嚟講呢粒？
Is that a snow globe?
啊嗰啲
Of
裝
sorts.
置嘅嘢，好靚喎，係呢度嗰個
Hey, look at that.
tower.
It's a model of Tangle Tower.
係有
There's
山
the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing
Souvenir.
Hey, look at that. It's a model. What are you thinking?
That would make an
有冇其
amazing.
他嘢咧抵咗咧？
Hey, look at that. What do you
That
think?
would make an
好
amazing.
似冇咯。
It's musty in
What
here.
exactly does that
Wait.
mean? What?
Must. You ask such a stupid question.
Nice. Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
但我就見到佢啲液體擺上去，覺得窗花度好危險咯。
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
哇咩嚟㗎？三角形，三角形，約數好似又唔係約數喎。191、193，跟住係195加2咯，唔係嗰度加1嘅喎。200、201。205
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
唔知喎都
Books about nature?
雀
Books about birds.
個沙
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're the shelves are half empty kind
半
of
杯
person.
水
You knew this already. It's musty in here.
What exactly
Must.
is
You
nice?
咁佢寫緊咩啊？
It's musty
What
in
exactly
here.
nice?
呢啲咧
Sure, why not?
The archive's downright poetic.
Sure, why
It's
The
not
not?
art's
more.
downright poetic.
我諗，除非我仲可以問佢關於人嘅嘢。
Name, Flora Fellow.
44歲佢阿
24.
媽，
Profession, unknown.
佢唔知佢阿媽做咩喎。
Unknown. Dislikes,
Unknown.
unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of
係
reaching
媽，
her,
但係佢都
but
溝
I
通
have
唔
little
到。
capacity
非
for
語言
interpreting
交流。
nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She's always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss,
失去咗重要
something
嘅
she's been
嘢，
unable to
但
move
就唔講
beyond.
嘢啦。
Name, Freya
藝
Fellow.
術家，
Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased.
This is
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree
但係
of
咧隻
discomfort
眼
when
咧，
talking
我
to
覺得
me.
佢淨係望向右邊
There it
定
is.
左邊。
Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I
重要。
understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this.
一
In the
年
past
前，即
year,
係18
Freya
歲嗰陣
became
啦，
1.
獨
Increasingly
立同埋
independent,
孤僻。
and 2. Increasingly isolated.
但係佢講嘢嘅方式其
I do
實
not.
都
If
幾
you are
容易
looking
明
for a
啊。
speculative, empathetic opinion,
好簡
try
易。
asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age and all highly gifted. One scientist, one artist,
啊，
and one
科學家、
musician.
藝術家同
Sounds
音
like
樂
quite a
家。
team.
Name,
但佢
Fiona
都係
Fellow.
19歲嘅喎。
Age, 19. Profession,
Ugh.
amateur microbiologist. Likes,
好過佢
the
阿媽。
meaningful archiving of
唔係佢講
information.
嘢都易明
Dislikes,
嘅，
the
好
superfluous window
point
dressing
咯。
accompanying the majority of human contact.
因
Notes,
為可唔可以
kindly disregard the Apollo slide.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin.
一
His
成
father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive
啊，
or
佢好
not.
耐之前離
He
開
left
咗。
Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
同一個祖父。但佢呢啲鎖住嗰啲永遠都係開唔到嘅，唔知點解。剔晒啦，人都剔晒啦。咁我哋可以離開啦。呢個就係佢間房。睇下佢間房，好得意啊！啲公仔。Vivi 間房，哇，好水晶燈。呢個咩嚟㗎？
It's a magnifying
放大
glass.
鏡。
A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective?
係咯，點解 detective 係要攞住一個好大嘅放大鏡
Should I
咧
start smoking a pipe too?
都見我事，
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
你駕馭唔到呢個造型。
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the
佢咪
can.
自己整㗎？
That's even worse.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
薯片。
What's that big book on the
Looks
desk?
like it's just a bunch of notes about her
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it?
哇，咩嚟㗎？
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
水平滑動4個放大鏡去到同一個位置。
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different magnification strengths, so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
正確位置，即係而家唔要統一。加減，等我先。係咪有啲咩科學嘅嘢㗎？可唔可以攞開晒先？即係我哋而家要將佢整成一個咁樣嘅鎖匙。諗下先。咁樣咧，會唔會太大咧？又？咁樣唔得咩？
Nope.
You need to magnify different parts of the image, so they line up into the shape of a key. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lenses too.
我而家唔夠 overlap。啊係喎，佢呢個斷咗喎。哇！等我研究下先。呢個應該要放大啦。咁呢個要縮小咯，我都係隨便諗下嘅啫。咁樣呢？好似唔啱噃，呢個又太大啦。呢個3個加，呢個2個加咧，呢個減。呢個太大啦。呢個加係呢個咯。應該係2個加啊嘛，定3個加咧？3個加好大，2個加啱啱好。啊，唔係好知啊。 我覺得兩個加係啱嘅，第一個。但係呢度就唔知點樣連埋佢一齊啦。下關，呢個應該減啦，佢咁大就減啦。咪住喎，佢要下邊有兩個詞喎，用唔晒得唔得？應該要用晒4個，滑動4個放大鏡去正確位置。加，我將佢減咗先，然之後我俾1個加佢。但佢哋冇變成一齊，好難啊！首先係減，然後係加，我要將佢個兩個詞變做一樣嘅長度啊嘛。點樣做咧？但明明呢嚿咁大，應該得一個減嘅啫嘛。咁樣呢？點樣先可以變到佢一樣大細啊？而家呢？都似一樣啦。翻落，咁樣呢？呢個太大啦噃，加應該係呢個啦。但呢度有個窿喎，我諗我呢邊唔喐噶啦嘛。我點樣先令佢連埋一齊咧？
Got it.
得啦
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed too.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
有本書，好靚，耶！黐係日記，有鎖嘅，咁咪 zoom 近佢。
What's that big book?
Looks like it's just a bunch of notes about
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not...
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms this. That's a whole lot of books.
呢個咧
boxes.
幾個盒有雜物，熊仔。
A new suspect.
佢真係好似無厘小五郎，真係咩都求其塞入去。
Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent.
係陪佢玩嘅喎。
Save it for the judge.
Oh my gosh.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
哦，呢個係關係圖，個沙。佢本人咧，佢本人係呢個，呢個咩意思啊？唔明。
That's gotta be Flora.
啊邊呢個係 Flora？哦，睇人。
Who's that?
Not sure.
個女仔應該係傲嬌。
Who is that?
No idea.
哦，同我一樣，我都唔識。
That's you, Sally.
What?
真係好似啊嘛。
I do not look like that, do I?
Do I? Yes.
Who is that?
No idea. Who's that?
Not sure.
呢個又係邊個？
Is that supposed to be me?
啊，真係有啲似
Why
喎。
do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. It does make you wonder, though. When
係咯，
did
點解幾
Fifi
時會
draw
畫
this?
㗎？佢啱啱先問咗佢哋。啊，呢個係一 pair 啊嘛，呢個係一 pair，係咪夫妻關係？唔
Who's
係
that?
喎，呢個個年紀爭咁。
Not sure.
呢個應該 puppy 啊嘛。
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe.
呢個我記得呢個好似約數咁嘅嘢。喺佢嗰間圖書館嗰度咧，有個黑板係
Did you
咁
ever
寫
try
㗎。
that? Maybe it works.
Is
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
呢個咪住。
Fifi's got something pinned
What
up.
is all this?
呢個唔係咩？
Who's that?
Not sure.
我呢個係唔識
Did you
嘅。
notice who isn't
Freya?
on? Mm-hmm. It's a bed.
Barely.
Barely。
That's a whole lot of books.
有冇啲咩未撳咧？
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know.
有
They
啲過
just
時
seem
我都覺，好
old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
夜塵嘅啲
Homemade
嘢。
posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
不是定
I've not
理
heard of that band. Are they any good?
不是定理唔係一個定理嚟嘅咩？係真係有一個咁樣嘅 band 定係呢個人太過冇文化？我咪睇晒啦。秘密日記揾咗一個咯。
Boxes of stuff.
Stuff.
You gonna rummage through the trash?
No.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
即係佢到底要唔要炒啫？
That's a whole lot of books. Nice room.
But yeah.
Pretty.
Where's the
A
bed?
simple trick, but it really.
應該冇啦嘛。
Scientific formula. Probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea.
我估冇啦。
Pretty or
Where's the
a
bed?
simple trick,
所
but
以
it.
窗嗰啲嘢都冇有㗎。
That's a whole lot.
好，繼續。傲嬌嘅女仔。有隻 Freya 狗好靚喎。
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed
但係
like
放喺
that?
張床前面好有壓迫感，
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
同埋間房都唔係好大。啱啱 Phoebe 間房大
The
好多。
atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on.
天啊！
There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
我影翻嚟嘅相，畫咗幾條線。
That
Yeah,
painting.
Nicola.
Why would you want it
Maybe,
looming?
hang on. There's a smaller
It's
version.
a photograph.
呢個咧，
It's a little wooden box for
我哋將
paintbrushes.
畫
To
筆
the casual observer, maybe.
哦 puzzle，let's
They're not real
go。
paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
將畫筆調翻個順序，呢個最細啦。咁樣咧，
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
Mm-hmm. 但佢啲顏色都唔同喎。呢家人咁多 puzzle 係咯，都唔知點解。呢個咧，呢個又唔啱喎。咁樣啦，咁呢度又邊度嚟㗎？呢個可以啊？個斜角唔啱喎。 都唔係。我覺得佢係唔齊嘅咯，其實。咁呢個咧？哦，又得喎。即係點啊？首先綠色先啦，綠色，藍色，掃把，斜角，但粉紅色呢個又係咩事啊？我以為咁樣斜咁樣掃落去添，啊唔係喎，橙色嘅直線呢？但唔係喎，佢1、2、3、4、5、6啊嘛，第一行呢個，第二行呢個，第三行有2個，第4行都有2個，第5行，咁點搞呢佢？提示將尋找線索正確順序。同埋呢個粉紅色係冇嘅咯。支筆點樣砌啊？
That was incorrect.
Each brush has various characteristics. Height, bristle shape, paint color, handle color.
哦，筆桿嘅顏色。
The information we need is on the paper. Once it...
橙色嘅筆桿，唔知咩嘅筆桿，粉紅色嘅筆桿，藍色，咁樣呢？
Still locked.
So, the paper jigsaw puzzle is a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
呢個係由矮至高啊嘛。顏色嘅筆桿，咁但係藍色係由矮至高，咁但係佢要綠色喎，呢個要橙色嘅筆桿，綠色嘅頭，咁但係綠色我咪拉高佢，咁樣呢？係咯，藍色喎又要，可以撳低支筆佢。
There we go.
啊，啱啦。
Perfect.
Perfect.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
哦 Phoebe 同埋 Diria 呢個應該 Polly。
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
睇相算啦。男女 Phoebe 嘅畫像，有一個披住斗篷嘅畫像。我覺得呢個 Puppy 呢個咩 Poppy。
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. brushes,
Yeah,
pencil.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing.
咩
They're
都空
completely
嘅。
empty.
呢個
It's
箱
a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come
太
again?
乾
See the leaves and twigs in there?
有啲咩羊落？
Might have been for keeping insects.
但係唔開箱睇。
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a
閣
bedroom?
樓嚟喎應
I
該。
don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
豬仔
Freya's bear.
啊，紅嘅嚟㗎。
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
佢哋好有童真喎。
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
It's a
Fish.
fish, I think.
I think it looks more like a whale.
平
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
碌碌
Painting supplies.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
呢個係空通
Do you
風
think
口
this was
喎。
always
I don't
no
know.
windows either? A lot of these paintings look unfinished.
我都未
How
畫
can you tell if they're
畫
finished or not?
Good point. It's Freya's bed.
It's
Little
a
bit.
perfectly healthy.
布蒙網
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
係咪冇喎？呢個燈咧
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Minecraft 應該冇，I guess。嗰個地
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
係咯泥地。
Drawings. Take
What's
them.
that?
One of them's holding a red rose.
應該冇啦，我諗。Okay，let's go。工作室，哇，好靚啊呢個。
Puffer fish?
哦
Yes.
脫
It's also a lamp, for some reason.
啊呢個有人喺度，呢個就
A
係嗰個
little
攞玫瑰
hand-painted
花嗰
statue.
個
How can you tell it's hand painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
有個 fans。持兼月嘅目標有黃色、藍色、黑色同埋白色。我呢個咪有血嚟㗎啦。
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
啊，
A map with a dotted line and an
堅持
X
達
mark
也
on it.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
漢堡。
A little hand-painted statue.
How's it
Well, also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
我以為我可以撳到呢個櫃。
What is it?
He's an imp.
小惡魔。
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh,
哦，有個鐘。
it's a barometer.
哦，
That
氣
is
壓
broken.
計。
I've never seen a barometer that
我
wasn't
咪見過
broken.
未壞過嘅氣壓計，點解？I don't know。
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
呢個船體，因為
Nice.
航海
A
圖。
real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
啊，我哋又要
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
使用藏寶圖找出寶箱掛鎖嘅密碼。哇，咩嚟㗎？海怪，海怪，海怪，口口，交叉交叉，船船。係海怪，咩嚟㗎？海怪係 F 同埋 H 都有嘅。哦，海怪 X 同埋山，海怪 X 同埋山，即係 HIJ 啦。呢個係四筆啊，筆咯。
Nothing.
啊
Did
唔
you check
啱
the
咩？
treasure map? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
唔啱咩？呢個嘛，海怪交叉同埋山喎。 啊，我見到啦 ，B 嗰度都有，唔係喎，遠方有塊葉嘅喎，呢個咯 ，exactly 呢個咯，海怪 X 山遠方有葉啊嘛。咁到底係個葉嘅位置定係個 X 嘅位置咧？我哋要揾。我當我哋係 X 呢個位置啦。咁我要 I。I 4嘅咩咧？喺中間喎。等我逐個試啦。
Still locked.
I think there's like there are different versions.
That was
The padlock has 3 different inputs. It's just a grid reference for the map.
that
The
was
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
that was
The padlock has 3 different inputs. A letter, a number, and a compass direction. It's just a grid reference for the map.
我知，即係我而家 I 4筆係 I 啊嘛，4啊嘛，筆啊嘛。定係 I 4？我係計緊呢個 X 個位咯。I 4筆，但我試齊晒東南西北咯喎。但我哋而家要揾嗰個係草個位啊啦。如果草嘅話就係 I 2咯。
that was incorrect.
The padlock is just a grid reference for the map.
唔知啊，佢要個方位喺邊度嘅方位啊？會唔會調轉睇？調轉睇都係由北變咗東，咪變咗南啫嘛。但係我呢度試晒㗎啦嘛。
That was incorrect.
The padlock is just a grid reference for the map.
海怪 X 山同埋草。H6 西 H6 西。點解嘅？不過我信你啊。
That's done it.
咦？啊，變技術點解嘅？但係唔啱咩？哦，嗰個山係前啲，因為
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
同坐喺上面嘅女仔啊，嗰個 Bora 呢個未識嘅人，有隻雀，紅色嘅顏料，一支畫筆，乾咗嘅紅色畫，係咪呢個都係血嚟
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, I think it's the actual hole.
喺人哋前面搞佢啲嘢，佢唔嚟，係我就見佢瞌緊
You
眼
get a good
瞓，
view of the lake from here.
所以我最後先問佢，我抄晒佢成屋啲嘢先。
It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
邊度海浪？
That's a massive conch
超
shell.
大個喎！
Do you think this little crab living inside?
I hope so.
因為兩個真係好童真。
Shelf junk. A lot of redundant light sources in here.
我覺得唔需要嘅光。
It's Earth.
If
I
Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light.
An old wooden mask.
Probably
Okay.
cursed.
變咗就
The entire room is made
Oh, I
of
think
wood.
it's the actual.
呢個咧，
The entire room
Oh, I
is
think it's the actual hull.
a hammock. It's kind of worn
I
out.
would politely describe it
閒
as
地使用
lived in.
嚇，
More maps.
No, they're just
哦
blank.
空白嘅紙，咁咪冇咯。
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
點解係咁話咩都俾
It's
佢
not
就？
cursed. Not everything is cursed.
A little hand-painted statue.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
so, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
應該題材。地下一個啲咩嚟？
The floor is covered in wood
哦，
shavings.
木屑。
The floor is covered in wood shavings.
我估就冇啦。上面咧？
The entire room is
Oh, I think
missing.
it's the actual hull.
問號
Sir?
問號。Sir？
Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions
搞
for
咗
you.
香港咁耐。
Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow. at
Felix
your
Fellow.
beck and call.
哦，
And
佢係咪 Phoebe 啊？
this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah,
Sally.
that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
佢唔係好識講
If you
嘢。
would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah?
Why？
Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries,
因為
exploring
係一個
new
中意
places,
冒險嘅
uncovering
叔叔。
secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Secret room？
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
呢個幾有趣嘅叔叔。中意病大叔。Anna
So, Felix, what exactly do you
do
do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer slash
好創意嘅
treasure hunter. Yes, well,
世界第
best
一
in the world.
We're talking like cursed statues, spike pits.
陷阱道。
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've
有幾
certainly
複雜
seen
咧？
my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And,
幾時
if
退休？
I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here.
冒
I
險
may
空
be
窗期。
between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in
Yeah,
one
sure,
place
sure.
for too long. I go wherever the
Someone's
winds
evil.
of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well,
Yep,
the
thank you,
fellow
Jones.
family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me.
Fiona
Fiona
and
and
Flora
Flora
are
are my
super.
entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
都幾好啊！呢個大叔，富家嘅大叔嚟嘅。
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right.
He
Nasty
can't,
business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
可愛
All
嘅
right,
大叔。
Grimoire. We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
I just...
冇咩好講。
Well, there's not
佢有
much
所
to
隱
tell.
瞞咁啊，真係講。
Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's... working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
你聽有啲咩？畫公仔。
It was dusk.
佢呢
A
個背景
feeling
幾靚。
lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine.
好多加
I
工啊！
heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought
佢哋
nothing
隔音
of
咁
it.
差嘅，
Shortly
聽到腳步
afterward,
聲。
I heard a second set of footsteps,
即係兩個人
going
行
the
咗落
same
嚟。
way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor
哦，
below.
呢個就係發
Didn't
現
know what to
咗
make of it,
死
to be
阿
honest.
Flora
I
死
thought
咗，
perhaps she
跟
had
住
a
同 Phoebe 講
disagreement
嗰
with
陣。
Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into
多
a
人
very
啊。
concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We
Yeah,
went into
Professor
Flora's
Pointer.
room. Poor Freya was
that-
laying
that
on the
Flora,
floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora too, of course.
好多人，
Soon enough, everyone else
大家
made
都要
their
揾藉口離
excuses and
開。
left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
都係個好大叔嚟嘅。
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman.
結婚20幾年，
Been married over
44
20
歲
years
20幾
now.
年，即係
You
接
two
近
still
20
get
歲
on?
就結婚。
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an
性格動
independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's
佢
the
哋點樣
youngest of 3.
一齊20幾
Always
年？
something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone Wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to
Yeah.
anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Other humans.
Well, yes, other people, you know.
即係可能有唔係 human 嘅嘢。
My daughter Fiona.
啊
Our
，Fiona 就係
burgeoning
Phoebe。
genius.
唉，
You
咁多
met
名
her?
做乜啊
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this,
Oh, so
she
yeah.
wanted a name
Oh,
with an
Fiona,
even number of
3個音。
syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called
啊
her.
，Freya 咁叫佢親昵嘅名，所以佢就叫自己
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know.
全
It
家
taught
人都
me
係
what she knew
F， 係
about
應該係
wood
家族
carving
傳統。
too. Tremendous patience. She was
頭
ever so
文字
good
F。
with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh yes,
Freya
especially
and
after
Flora 係啊，所以先幫佢
especially
畫畫啫嘛。
recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat
有啲
distantly,
關
as
係
it
咁
happens.
遠。
My father, Lord Fellow, was her
嚴
grandfather.
格嚟講，佢
Technically,
係 Fellow
that
嚟嘅。
makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some
佢係咪繼承
discussion
呢個
over
姓
whether
氏？
she ought to
好
carry
複
the
雜
name
喎，
at
呢個大家
all.
數。
There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not.
哦，
She
佢
had
冇
no
對任何
formal
嘢有
claim
正式所
over
在，
anything at
咁其實
Tangle
都唔
Tower.
影響呢個繼承權啦。
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
啊，呢個大叔
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it
Essentially,
supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course,
Flora
surrounded by all her
呢
favorite
個 Freya
people.
同埋佢本人
I've been carving for a couple of
一
years
兩年，
now.
但係都係呢
I
個
was
作品。
hopeless when I
我
started,
呢個開
but
始嗰陣嚟
it didn't
嘅，
take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh?
啊
So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many.
中意吹牛
But
嘅
my
大叔，
weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower.
幾可愛啊佢都。
Safety first and all that.
我咩都係咁，
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the
但佢講嘢好
spirits
慢
of her subjects.
好多廢話。
Not in an evil way, in a good way. My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes.
呢個
I
邊個咧？
didn't
到底？
notice. No idea.
但係佢唔望我喎，可能係唔
That's
想
one of
講。
Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a
Are they
little
big?
miserable for my tastes.
咁即係咩悲慘？
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
佢個女
We
咯
think。it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked
呢個
down
偵
one
探
side?
攞咗人
No,
張相，
that's very odd. They're
係啊，
normally
咩都
in
收集晒，
excellent
咁大
condition.
幅畫都攞埋
You
出嚟，
seem
係咪
pretty
咧？
sure about that.
It's unlike her to leave paint.
啊，佢唔會留喺畫筆，佢
I
會即
think
刻
we'll
洗
give her a
筆。
pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. But that looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Poppy 錄呢個俾 Flora，
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. It would have been a
本來應該係
beautiful
一幅好
painting.
靚嘅畫
It's,
嚟嘅。
rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it
你唔
seems
覺得呢幅畫
strange.
怪咩？
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't
現代
they?
繪畫
The emotion of the piece taking over from, say,
身體結構
anatomical accuracy.
就好似條頸嘢咁
What
長
about the
咁。
knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying,
藝術
Freya's
手冊
artistic
扭
approach
曲咗某啲形狀，
distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. I'm as confused as you are.
呢個人咧眼
Rather
係望
ugly,
我
isn't
哋
it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have
Không
not
chơi gì
been
cả.
kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history
啊
in！
我
some
可能知
way.
喎。
But I can't
呢
recall.
中有幾多個，但係唇膏嗰個我就唔知咩意思咯。然之後有鋼琴同埋雀啊
That
嘛
looks，like it might belong to Poppy. What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document?
Đâu hả?
Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally.
Remington 係
Dear
同埋
Flora's
Pointer
father
咧，隔
and
離
his
嗰個。
associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
佢哋
And you
爭
named
所
it
有
Tangle Tower.
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her
Chồng sắp
intention that
nói
it
gì?
mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
What？
This really isn't for
兄
me
弟
to
姊妹
say,
嘅
but
爭執。
she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to
家族
come
鬥爭。
back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
附近睇晒啦。
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
我問下。哦，有呢個解鎖啦。
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it.
誒，佢自
I
己答
used
喎
it。to paint.
冇嘢奇怪。
Obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
冇啊，accuse 住顏色唔
It's not
啱
the。right color.
You sure about that?
Not entirely.
Come on then, out with
哦，
it.
即係逐個撳
What
晒算啦。
exactly are you accusing me of?
應該係 Freya
It's
嘅
not
顏
your
料。
paint bot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my
個
other
個一
paint
模一
pots.
樣，咁
End
下面唔
of
同咧，可能
discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
呢個咧。
Let's take a closer look at this.
係咪咧？個 logo 一樣。誒？
Freya's red paint pot was
個
stolen
唔同
and
logo
replaced
㗎呢
with
個。
Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
蓋唔同，
Why
但
are
個
you
logo 唔
bothering me
咩啊
about
嘛。
paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Felix 偷咗 Diria 嘅畫同謀殺有咩關係？咁樣？
This red paint pot had been emptied of all its red paint before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Nope， 誒唔係啊，紅係血咯。咁樣？
This red paint pot was
I'm not
somehow
gonna
filled
put him up.
with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working
紅
on
顏料
a
用晒，
project.
咁就係攞
when
阿
I
Diria
suddenly
嗰
realized
個
I had run out of red
畫啦，唔係
paint.
嗰個
There was a certain amount of
借咗佢嘅紅色
time
顏
pressure.
料。
So I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while.
禮貌地。
Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
嚇佢
You
唔
went
知
into
嘅
her
咩？
room.
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
係咯，第一咁急買過咪得
I was
咯。
trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It
一
had
定
to
係
be
紅
red
色
and
同白
white.
色。
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
即係咩 ？What happened？ 佢畫緊 Flora 嘅模型，但係需要紅色顏料。佢問 Diria， 好難讀啊，跟住就拒絕咗啦。跟住佢偷咗個紅色罐啦，然之後換咗個蓋啦。佢畫完之後個模型，但係冇畫翻顏料。哇！我問唔到呢個喎。哦，佢可以有個行路軌跡嘅喎。我有關係圖添喎，而家先發現咯。呢兩個係夫妻。媽媽係唔識嘅，媽媽同爸爸我哋都唔識。密友係 Phoebe 同 Flora。我哋問唔到呢兩個人嘅可疑之處嘅位。應該係 pointer， 但係點解呢個係 written 咁樣嘅咧？Hello， D shit。 去刪。咦，行晒咯喎，呢度又
Locked.
又爭啲咩咧？我哋應該搜查圖書室。
It's musty in here.
What exactly?
Must you ask such?
Nice.
我哋問佢關於佢老豆嘅事啊，係想要呢個。哦，可以問其他嘢新嘢咯。
Name, Felix Fellow.
53無業。
53. Profession, none.
人
Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal
黐
value.
佢個人價值。
Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison,
冇比較過，
but I would
唔係
say
一個好爸爸，
no.
中意病大叔，
Why
冇返
not?
工咯佢
You
而家。
asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I've provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his
脫
emotions
離現實。
and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No. He is quite correct. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
有咩
Any
嘢
idea
咧？
what it was?
I am not the person to
Ah,
ask.
佢唔
All I
肯
see
借
is a blood-red
紅色
mountain
嘅
with angry storm
顏
clouds
料，
brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it
因為佢畫
whatsoever.
緊呢一幅，可能
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in
佢有
half?
自知之明。
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a
三
third.
分之一。
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Poppy and Fish。
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
係咯，佢冇紅色顏料，但係佢油到紅色。
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
誒冇啦，我冇嘢可以問啊。我想要呢個喎。
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored
唔
it.
係喎，但係我有噶咯喎，剔咗噶咯喎。日記係喎，撳錯撳漏咗。
My book.
My book，
And what's
我哋喺佢間房度攞出嚟嘅。佢唔想答啊？佢真係冇答喎。解鎖未啊？冇喎，怎麼辦啊？圖書室有嘢我未撳咩？
Sure, why
The
not?
CR's downright poetic.
草
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Sure, why
The
not?
CR's downright poetic.
Books about nature.
It's musty in here.
What
Must
exactly?
you ask such?
Nice.
點咧？佢叫我揾㗎喎。
It's an illustrated
That's
boar. It was left open for us to
佢特登
find.
我揾到啦，呢個書籤。
Ever so slightly unnerving.
就係佢阿爸想游嗰隻紅色白色雀係咪？物質療食呢個烏有樹嘅種子啊，羽毛好似刀咁樣，佢係羽毛嚟嘅。我哋揾到咯喎，叫佢答埋呢個啦。我哋竟然睇漏咗。
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
係啊
And，she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in
Hey,
the library
Flora.
for some time.
攞住嘅唔係刀係羽毛。啊冇啦。
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
我哋而家就過去問啦。哦，我哋終於有啲嘢解鎖啦。
So, this painting, specifically that knife in
其實
Flora's
係羽毛。
hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
好正啊，吹頭髮。呢個唔
It's
係
not a
刀，
knife.
而係羽毛。
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
This
Let's
one
take a closer look at this.
就亦都只不過係一根羽毛嚟自物質
The
料。
painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
呢個咯，
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
一根羽毛。留低嚟紀念隻雀。
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all
但
her
係
time
我唔
staring
明
at the
點解
window.
係個羽毛尾
Either
係
way,
紅
she
色
kept the
喎，佢係
feather.
個頭
I
紅色
think
啫
it was
嘛。
pretty important to her.
入邊羽毛應該係翼
Alright.
或者係尾
So
巴
she
嗰
was
種
holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
我喺隻蛋度。
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty.
我覺得我哋而家好有進展喎，雖然右邊都未揾。
Flora?
Alright，
She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
咩嚟㗎？我好可愛啊！愛你，送俾你，愛你嘅 Fila。我即係隻雀係個妹妹送俾佢嘅，跟住咧，
We already solved it.
原本係鎖羽毛喺度。
We met Felix, your husband.
佢都係繼續唔
He's
講
one of
嘢。
our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
佢都係唔講嘢。
Nice
尷
try.
尬的。
We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
用佢老公同個女作為切入點都冇反應。
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
佢本身隻眼係正常㗎。
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
睇雀咯。
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
佢甚至攞埋佢老公送俾
It's a
佢
little
未
model
送
of
嘅
you.
禮物。
Who were the other people next to you?
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there. I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
冇咯。啊，咁冇咯喎。我哋 哋一行就係其他房咯，要去。Evie 呢個爸爸，仲話個塔唔可以兩邊通咯，係要落翻地下咯。佢平時都掂手落去咯，咩都唔講。啊，呢個就係 Poppy， 就係佢彈琴。
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
搖下搖下嘅。
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
嘅五線譜。
Probably while they're on the floor. Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
While it is the music room, he's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
係咯，有啲玻璃喺度，有條裂痕。好好聽。
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No,
No.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
it's pretty dusty.
係咯，唔使
So I'm
翻落個
guessing
盒度。
nobody.
Who plays the violin, I
So
wonder?
I'm guessing nobody.
There's a faded
When I
mural.
was a kid, I
You still don't know.
no.
仲有咩咧？呢個咩嚟講？
It's a globe.
地球
For globing. All right.
Spooky murder mansion.
陰森嘅空
Spooky
間
murder mansion.
Murder Mansion。個女瓜咗呢家人都正正常常，係咯，奇怪。同埋有好多草喎喺個天，
Smells like a forest in here.
聞下聞下。
1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry
廿
old
五本
books.
書，
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
有咩問題？我諗呢個排列吓，唔係喎，喺書櫃度擠呢個蠟燭唔驚燒嘅咩？
All right, you got
Spooky.
spooky murder
呢
mansion.
個開唔到，
All right,
Spooky.
spooky murder mansion.
有冇啲咩味咧？
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
中邪。
All right,
Spooky.
spooky murder
應該
mansion.
木咯，係咪咧？
Are they?
Whatever. Like a little parade.
係面一層咧？
All right,
Spooky.
spooky murder mansion.
好啦，揾人。個人行，冇木，個人行咗
Are
入
you a
嚟咧，
ghost?
Sally!
佢都
That's
唔理人
rude.
喺度彈。
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
I
Ah,
am alive。
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated
13年嘅
practice.
專注練習，自帶 BGM 嘅女人，啲人喺度問佢嘅，佢自己喺度彈琴。
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer.
佢係一個
The
教授，
professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi
of
and
them.
Freya
Hello,
are my
Gato,
closest
Gaudi.
friends.
唔
We all
妥
turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if
You
you're
know,
19,
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want
同
to
我
stay
琴日
here
玩
much
嗰個
longer.
game 有啲似，但冇咁恐怖。同埋嗰個 game 係真係好助走，
3.5 hours of piano practice.
3
Soon
個
as I
半
wake
鐘。
up. Same as always.
3
我
and a
彈半個
half.
鐘都
Does
攰。
that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
Sure。
and you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you
頸
do
好
after
長呢
that?
度啲角色。
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot.
我一間
When I
屋都唔
finally
記得
got down
咗。
there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You
我覺得好
ignored each other.
聽啊，呢度
I
啲英文
didn't say that.
啊，公廁啦嚟啦，
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden
佢
most
哋
of
喺
the
個花園
afternoon.
度，
Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
好可愛
I've
啲
been
Q
trying
版
to，decide how to describe it, but I'm
起
struggling.
身
It
翻
was like something
翻落
drilling
發
into
唔
a
覺得
piece
彈
of
琴
metal,
咧手攰喎
but，different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check.
兩個人一
Her
齊
door
上
was
去嘅，
locked.
鎖咗門
Nobody was
嘅。
answering. I knew
誒，但係佢
Freya
哋道
and
門，
Flora
我
were
哋
both
喺
supposed to
地
be
下
in
上
there.
去嘅，
So I
唔
made
係
Fitz
真係有
kick
道
down
門
the door.
開嘅。
I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen
第
her
一次
angry.
唔嬲，
I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The
好似
three
屋
of us went
頂啊個
back
頭
up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
我哋可以重新睇佢哋嗰啲行路，好長啊，逐個撳啊要，唔係撳人先應該一睇。
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face
好似讀
of
緊
taciturn
詩
and
咁樣啊，
soundless space.
新詩，好有文采。
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the
Wow.
gloom. Some four walls make round a room.
你有冇睇過獵人 Hunter Hunter？ 係咪翁咩咧？一個女仔咧，佢嘅念能力就係寫預言詩啊嘛，嗰種。我成家人作壽司，好勁喎！呢個佢個 friend。
Between the lips a silver spoon. A
太
story
快寫
written
就
all
嘅
too
故
soon.
事。
The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the
迷
center
宮嘅正
of a
中央。
maze.
係咪咧？
Hard of head, but
環
free of
顧腦
mind.
子靈。
Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond.
穿
Behind
透
our
詞
walls,
講。
beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
好有文采啊嚇！
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows.
哦，有8個人中國。
4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was
啊哈
Primrose, my mother.
兩個
She
曾經
married
係
into the
Remington
Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart
打離
after my
開咗佢
mother
嘅所
left.
有權都係。
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
哦，失蹤咗。
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell,
直
the
覺
blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too...
但佢出血量有啲太奇怪。
This is
啊，兩個
mine.
帶都係佢嘅，即係。
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp
唯
in
一
the whole of
一
Tangle
個嘅
Tower.
樹球。
I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh,
攞
definitely.
咗去畫畫。
See how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah. Weird.
執起佢刺傷嗰啲血，然之後擠落個樽度，係咪？笑死！
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't
冇
addressed to
收
anyone
片人，
or
冇
signed
傳
by
名。
anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora
大
was
家都以
holding
為
a
係
knife
刀，
with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No,
太
it
蠢
was a
啦！
stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue?
Really?
Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out.
Nonsense！
Wish I'd never said anything. What was inside?
原
Nothing.
原本係
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
呢個人好正常啊，佢會串人啦，然之後
Does this belong
好
to
理
you,
智，
Poppy?
Now that's not really my style.
係咯，
is
粉
it?
綠色。
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody.
即係點樣係佢定唔係佢？
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the
Mình
block
dài lục
of black
sắc.
paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
佢着嘅黑色衫咁多個，
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of
係
her
咯，佢應
stuff.
該好照顧自己啲顏料
Is
喺邊
that
度打
Fifi's
爛呢？
diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm
侵
sure
犯
she
私
wouldn't
人，我都覺。
appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
佢哋拗
I'm
交
sure，she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would.
佢會直
She'd give
接
it to me
係咯
straight.，
佢講嘢好直
Probably
接。
why I've been avoiding it. I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a
mo-
recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why
Why
would you
shot
paint it
though?
and
Em
leave
kaya
it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well,
Sometimes
sometimes.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them
佢
too,
就係
aren't
俾人
you?
搣住嗰個。
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya
Loyalty?
is unshakable.
Loyalty 呢個 terms，
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
影出唔係佢因為記得，然之後畫出嚟啫。唔係我想喎，係喎。
They belong to Felix, I think.
你突破咗盲點喎。
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh,
Oh,
how nice.
oh nice.
That belongs to Flora, I think.
Flora 嘅書
How sweet.
幾靚啦，
Don't look at me.
唔係我整爛嘅。
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know who, but
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
Ding
tell
Dong
when
Come,
somebody
we tried
else
to
has
check.
touched the piano.
啱啊！啊，但係揾唔到，佢好陰沉。
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
而家過去咯。哇！
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
遲啲去。
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles.
我上面
Wouldn't
係
want it to be dark in here.
章魚，
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs,
Oh.
not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know,
Like
these ones that stand
laptop,
upright. Sheet music, presumably for piano.
得一行兩
It's only a
行
few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
係咪要我撳出嚟啊？唔係吧？好靚喎，有玫瑰喎。
A big glass door leads out into a garden.
哦，佢可以行入
Some
去。
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
挖開個蓋，將圖塊邊度有個蓋啊？哦，跟住咧，
Nothing. Still
All
locked.
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something to do with it?
I think it is,
抽象
but
嘅
in
形
an
式，
abstract kind of way.
即係點啊？係啊，我知佢哋嗰個嘢啊，因為咧八爪魚個英文係因為 odd 啊嘛 ，octopus 嗰個 odd 啊嘛，即係嗰啲音節點樣計咧呢個嘢？點樣咧？
Nope. It's-
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
咁我哋出去先啦。
I guess we'll come back later.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Empty.
衣櫃
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are
咁
so
多
many
種
shades
黑
of
色，
black.
五彩斑斕嘅黑。
How do you even get drapes on the ceiling like that?
That's the real mystery.
冇嘢塵咯。
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you. More handwritten sheet music.
That
How
is the bed of a
quiet.
vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
棺材都可以墊嘢啫。
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
玫瑰花
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird. Gloomy.
But roomy. Oh, thank good. Wouldn't want it to be.
呢個咩嚟？
It's a metronome.
哦，
For
節
keeping
拍
time.
器，睇下。
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
旋轉，使用按鈕旋轉，拍到至敵高圓環。嗯？
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad.
Not bad. 即係咩？
What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm.
有張
A
相
part of a
嘅部分。
photograph.
哦，呢個就係左邊嘅。因為佢原本個樣啊，而家先染做紫色啊。
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something
Sus
suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
遲啲再去。
A big glass
個
door
樣差咁遠。
leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
啊！呢個係我仲未諗到喎呢個。
I guess we'll come back later.
Various handmade.
What do you think those...
Hopefully nothing.
我以為有得俾我睇
What do you think
添，
those...
Hopefully
都係
nothing.
佢嘅召喚陣。
Ah, yes, sage. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
一隻眼喺塔頂都有㗎，
Gloomy.
But roomy.
係咪冇嘅可以咁？
How do you even...
That's eerie.
Gloomy.
But roomy. A big glass leads out.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
而家我哋可以翻去問 Phoebe 同埋問 Poppy 應該係近啲就應該係問咗 Poppy 先。
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
應
It
該
belongs
係
to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea.
no
Classic
idea。
Jazz.
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
係
Why
佢
are
舊
we
時
even
金
talking
髮
about
嗰陣
this?
送嘅應該。
Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine.
我絕對
I'd
唔會有呢句
never
嘅
own
嘢，
anything like that.
Why not?
Not
唔係我
my
中意嘅色咯。
color.
你以前中意過？
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
都話係佢㗎啦。呢個啦。
The pink cassette tape
You-
found at
you?
the crime scene matches the
Oh.
woman girl used by Poppy in this old photo.
我以為淨係要
Almost.
顏色添，
Maybe
錄音
The
機
pink。cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not
唔
me.
係
Yeah,
我
it
嚟
I'll prove it.
，prove it。跟住咧，
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable.
佢哋
It's
搣
clearly a
咗
photo of you with
喎
your，two best friends.
然之後仲要我自己攞翻
Why'd
自
you
己
tear it
嗰
up?
邊喎。
And then hide it.
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
係咪因為
Passage of
時
time
不
is
立
a
成永
powerful
好大
thing.
Hold on.
絕交？
This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it
Hola,
and gave it to
hola,
Freya as a
Dizzy.
gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the
太
tape,
大
the
啦，留聲
gramophone,
機啦，
and
同
the
埋
murder.
謀殺案。
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
跌得好乾淨。 完啦，冇得再問啦。
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher.
係我學
It's
過
the
嘅
first
第一
piece
首。
I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I
6
turned
歲開
6.
始。
Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon
我
as I
將呢
got
度
out of
一
my
切
first
都為
lesson, I
咗
told
佢
Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years,
哦，佢哋兩個一齊
the teacher
學
taught us
嘅。
both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it.
有一個
But
堅
one
持
day,
會
she
行得
just
比我好。
stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different.
有啲狀況。
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Dun 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 dun， 有可能同呢個哼嗰個歌一樣。
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in
啱
there.
我全部都係垃圾。
I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
冇咯。噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up
Ridiculous
like that?
questions.
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in
Sapsoy
particular
diary.
by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and this particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
誒？
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove
唔
who
係
the
佢
original
日記
owner
放咗
was.
佢間房。誒？星星粉紅色，可以同日記直接比較嘅嘢。係呢個。直接比較嘅嘢啊，有啲難，唔係好似，
That's not it.
試下咯。
That's not it. That's not it. That kinda makes sense, but no.
But no, oh my god.
That kinda makes sense, but no. That's not it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
啊係啊，佢呢本啊 Clear 嘅書啊，有粒星㗎，但係未鎖咯嗰陣。
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your
係咯，
room,
點解咧？
and you kept it locked too.
Why would I do either of these things?
唔想俾任何人見到 Diria 嘅日記。
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying
我
to
覺得好
hide
叻
something...
啊！
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way.
我
By
恨
concealing
我
Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Anderson
Might be
Guys,
easier if you just let us
beautiful.
read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right.
Finally. What's in there?
佢翻嚟啦！呢一次係有實體嘅形體，係我嘛？係我放出去噶嘛？係咪嗰隻雀？或者我應該要撕咗嗰幅畫？好運蟹有用，驚人嘅小東西。我而家有2個，仲需要2個蟹。揾到通往中間嘅路同樹琴相比，佢意外地簡單。我見到佢哋共5個眼睛逃脫。唔理發生咩事，我依然有個諾言要遵守，我會盡力㗎。佢需要一啲陪伴，即係點咧？撕咗幅畫係咪就係呢個？幾條線？豎琴就係我哋見到嗰個雕像啦，有個諾言要遵守，陪伴呢個譬如 Flora 啦。同埋佢放走咗 Flora 隻雀，唔係喎，我冇嘢問漏咧，都唔記得。哦，雀，寫翻好多雀啊
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
好似
Wow,
我。
judgmental.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book,
有人撕
although
開
someone's
咗
torn a
吧
page out of the middle.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
點解有個窿喺
What's
度？
those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh. A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
小石
There's a letter P carved into the side.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage.
呢個大嘅。
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
個鳥籠咁樣用，
Oh, it totally
而
is.
且周圍飛，好似要紫色
They're
嘅。
bird cages, but oh, it totally is.
我呢個鏡
I
嚟，
don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do by weight. I can feel
Chonglen.
if one side is heavier than the other.
有兩個波，
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
wait，嗰兩個重到爆嘅波，
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3隻鮮豔嘅雀混喺一個華麗沉重嘅籠度，好細咯，佢哋嗰個生存空間嚟，點解唔俾佢哋走嘅？呢度忍隻手。
An
And
especially
it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
但係佢個底冇咗嗰個爪。
Oh, just beautiful.
Just
What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate
講
jade.
佢個
with
頭啊！
green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear. Which shade do you use? It's lovely. And that
Lovely，
shade, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh,
挑戰極限。
thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We
我
prefer
都覺
to
得佢
blend
唔
into
似
the
人
background.
咯，佢嘅手，
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful.
佢上面
Harry
有隻
Potter,
雀啊。
pleasure.
Is that code for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
好浮誇佢個樣。
20-something, Aquarius,
20-something.
love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are
Bird.
birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever
鳥
been
類
good
學
at.
可能
And
嗰個
have you
手
studied
咒
the
嚟
birds
嘅
here
啫，
at
應該
Tangle
嗰
Tower?
個
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love for the field? No matter where I go, I always
始
find
終都會
myself
翻
coming
嚟，
home
同琴日
to
嗰個
Tangle.
game 好似真係
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him.
him
Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear
fiancé
Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family?
佢哋住喺同一間屋咯。
I'm not especially interested
真
in
鬥
whatever
啊
tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
置身事外。
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day,
Gun-
watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no.
可能
I
會整
wouldn't
壞
dream。of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did
佢
you
哋
do
成日
after
就
that?
脆弱啊
Let's！see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but
四
in
隻
truth
啫
it's more
咩？
like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
有工詞喎。
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room.
或者佢啲
But
mini
in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there.
我有地
Empty
下
aside
室
from
咁
Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the
個
library.
偵探
I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
所以好多人可以問佢啦。
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert,
哦，
truth
佢
be
都係鳥
told.
類啊，好似
Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
中意雀，但係唔係 friend。
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and
啊，呢
quiet.
個人對佢嚟
I
講
dare
太熟。
say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better.
而
than
唔係
settle
將
with
就
Felix.
接受。
Ouch.
I said
Ouch.
it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
佢個頭差唔多顏色。
We're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right.
It's alright。
I'm comfortable with it. She'd sit in the aviary
哦，佢成日走嚟同佢一齊畫嘅喎。
and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine,
Wow.
Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks. For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of
不
understanding
可理喻嘅事，
unspoken things.
即係咩咧？
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she?
Wait, is that?
Me?
Is that me？
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any
有自
notes of
戀
what she
啊！
told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
佢哋同一
Looks
個
like
家
one
族，
too.
但係都
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
有
She
啲拗。
started it.
She started.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of
一
course.
定好冇存在
But
感，
they're
佢哋
one
都
of a kind.
有啲特
I
別，
couldn't let
因為
anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
都係 TA。
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best
咁
sense
不如講
of
顏
rhythm.
色。
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a
遮
name.
頂帽
What
嚟
made
嘅
a。hat? I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh,
啊，
absolutely no idea.
明明知但係扮唔知。
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
Great job。
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
8級嘅演奏級
Haven't
喎。
seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
唔見咗嘅雀啊！呢個
Somebody taken an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is
絕
very
種嘅
old.
雀喎。
Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at
我
Tangle
絕種
Tower.
咗好耐，
So
但係呢
it's
個
not extinct.
揾到一隻，
misunderstand.
然之後
It
Diria
was
放
the
走
last
咗佢，
one. The very
真係
last.
最後一隻。
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of
你自
oneself,
己
isn't
啲目
it?
都有啲虛榮，唔係咩？你自己都好中意自己嘅。
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona
好好
settled
保
on
護就
her
係放
current
走咗咯，結
style.
果即係
I know a
到
lot of people really
應
like
該做
this
錯事，
painting.
所以寫咗喺
Much
半日
for
記
me.
度。
I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Secret diary.
佢個 tone 好正啊！
Excellent. Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian.
唔係喎，佢話佢唔阿飛話唔重視自己顏料，然之後其他人話佢好重視自己啲顏料。
Oh, that's rather sad. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
深入目啊！
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long
有
time.
玫瑰喎，
As a young child,
Mommy
she'd
gave.
call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
佢真係好 mean 啊！呢個女人。
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
佢真係勁 mean 喎。
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know.
冇
It's
串
not signed.
名。
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
好中意呢個
Sure, I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Finally!
好
I
興
get to see
奮
a
喎呢個人。
detective's case file.
That's a very
Wow.
specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case
仲有個
notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it?
咩膚淺嘅感覺
Shallow
論者。
sensationalist. You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to
係咯，佢
stay.
哋可以搬出去。
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well,
真係善解人
very
意嘅，
much
即係
for
你
phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
啊完啦。
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Yeah. 哇！佢間房都好多雀啊！
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
啊！
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
調整7隻雀嘅位置。點咧？唔係喎。咁咩？
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the something to do with those white lines.
White Knight. I have return.
Reset the puzzle.
係啊，一左一右啊。
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
The birds is related to each other。一左一右應該係嘅，但係呢4個咧我就唔得。啲顏係啊，我就諗緊得一左邊一右邊，冇理由顏色咯。咁樣呢？
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The colors and eyes combine as they go down the family line.
族譜同
You'll
顏色
need to
有
start with
關。
blue and yellow at the top.
哦 ，blue 同 yellow 喺最上。咁樣啦。
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
顯示得咁露骨，係咧？咩嚟㗎 ？Now I will get her。有啲花瓣。
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
呢個奇怪花，好健康，但係佢啲泥係藍色嘅。
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
咁
Traveling
多
cases.
Empty. All of them.
全部都係空嘅。
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
佢直接同我
Ever get
講
the feeling
係
you're being watched?
Mannequins.
That's
黃色
not-
同綠色落去，因為我都諗緊係咪要顏色。
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen. A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
仲有
What's in the
茶
other one?
Birdseed. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be
浪
both.
漫偵探小
Nice.
説。
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
This is the
Too, I
what
don't
does-
know. Penny's books. Mostly novels.
窗呢？
That's a big window. That's a big window. That's a big window. Looks like nature invited
Daddy.
itself in. Rude.
仲有咩可以睇啊？冇理由嗰間房冇咩特別嘢㗎。
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here? Or is it just me?
No, you're right.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the...
喺個床嗰張
That bed.
Does it feel
No,
warm?
you're
It's
right.
not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
That bed.
Does it...
No.
It's not coming from the bed.
That bed.
Does it feel...
No,
It's
you're-
not coming from the bed.
但我哋睇唔到個牆喎。
That bed.
Does it...
No.
It's not coming from the bed.
That bed.
Does it...
No,
feel...
you're
It's
right.
not coming from the bed.
可唔可以喐？我唔可以轉視角。
This is the
Too...
what
I don't
the-
know.
係咯。行埋呢間咯，一齊。天文塔，哦，呢個屋頂人
What is it?
Ah, it's large.
You're not wrong.
太型設備，你啱。
It's tidier than the notebook, isn't it?
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off
空
blank,
白嘅筆記，即係佢唔係寫
A
嘢。
picture frame.
with no picture.
It's a chart of the solar
Which
system. Which planet are you?
廢話，
Trinkets.
They're clearly
Your
gizmos.
A bell jar.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells,
鐘
you mean?
錶、書、
A spyglass to the stars.
星空
Volumes
望
1 to
遠鏡
12.
佢而家仲
They're in very good condition.
唔係佢而
There's
家
something
喺外
kinda
邊，但
disappointing
係
about this
而
room.
家係有陽光嘅喎。
I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to?
You know, I've
我一直都
always
想
wanted
要一
one
個
of
識轉
those.
嘅嘢，係咪？
A mechanical
May yung mga-
solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
圍繞中心，五大行星，太陽同月亮。我而家要做啲咩啊？我唔好驚。佢顏色 ，What am I doing？太陽咯，
Nothing.
So there are two ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets and rotate the sun and moon.
我哋而家要整個陰影，因為太陽同月亮一定係對面噶啦。可能唔係好 get 喎，讀得書唔算少，但係啲線啲影對住啲線，哦，
Reset the puzzle?
但係太陽一定係同月亮對面㗎。 可以咁樣製？好似唔得。呢家人有幾中意玩 puzzle？
Reset the puzzle?
我唔係好知啊，嗰啲影，喂係呢個卡關嘅時候啦，各位觀眾們，仲唔係我卡關嘅時候？哇，好叻啊！我 cap 個圖先，都唔知點做到。
No, that was it.
Nice work.
好叻啊！我
Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in
A
there?
bunch of paper.
研
Looks like
究。
somebody's research.
哇，夾黃金甲蟲，得10幾年壽命，無法消化。呢個係咪咧盜墓者羅拉嗰啲有見過嗰啲啊？佢好似曱甴得不過，類似黃金嘅礦物組成。喺呢度寫住4定唔知4啦，好似係。搞笑嗰個叔叔
They're clearly gizmos.
喺度拱佢個 pat pat。
It's tidier than my desk.
So even the most well-used notebook.
It's full of tea.
Criminal.
It's tidier than
So even the most well-used notebook. Pretty.
Yeah, it's too cloudy to
It's
see.
also daytime.
係咯，早佢睇啲咩我就奇怪。
Yeah, it's too
It's also daytime.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
係咪有啲樹葉喺
There's
度？
something kinda. I just expected
Oh,
a
does
bit.
it not compare to?
冇啦，睇埋佢有冇影機。
Let's at least introduce ourselves before.
Always a good roll.
Shh, listen.
屋頂人
Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering.
whispering。
So quiet and yet so loud.
What are they whispering
好
about?
神秘。
Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves
微不
with
足
such
道喎我哋。
insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
小塵埃
Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of
You
one
get who
Professor Percival Pointer.
Hmm.
然
Seems
之後
like
佢
this
係
tower
筆記又好
belongs to
寫
the
嘅。
pointers, and the other one belongs to the fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens.
Tower.
Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
個頭點梳出？我覺得佢真係笠個屋頂喺度。
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious
誒
Poppy.
佢老婆失咗蹤
A
喎。
professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has
冇任何
never
經
yielded
濟
any
回報。
kind of stable financial return. Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while beside the
Oh,
pond in the
oh.
garden.
Well,
It's
they
a
go
favorite
by you.
spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy
冇
tower.
呢個
Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to
嗰
Freya.
個咩不在場證據。
Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
即係咩咧？
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
我呢
She
個係
looked
邊個
impatient
啊？
and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower.
Oh.
Freya was laying on her back.
好複雜
Right
喎，
in the
呢
middle
個案
of the
件
room.
真係。
Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the
因為
way at a time
fellows 嘅
like
事咁
that.
我唔理啦，我翻去啦咁樣。好多嘢
A
問我哋而
listless
家。
soul drifting through the ether.
因為同佢個
What's wrong
女好
with
似嘅。
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her
又係嗰
about
啲
it,
講
but
埋啲冇人聽嘅
I
嘢。
think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're
收
talking
翻
about
謝
money?
知人際關
Among
係。
other things, but yes,
係
he
啦。
currently has agency over a small fortune.
因為
That
咧，
is, if he
又
hasn't already squandered it or
嗰
lost
個女
it.
仔又同財產冇
You two
關。
don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
佢哋最好嘅朋友。
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare
我
say
覺得
she'll confiscate my
Fiona 危
telescope
險
and
啲咯，
replace
即係
it with
佢
a
係
microscope.
承繼人
She
啊
doesn't
嘛。
seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that
危
one.
險
You
啊！
sound jealous. Wait, are you two science
競爭
rivals?
對手。
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also
又好聰明
highly
噃。
intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and
但係
more
就
I've
算
begun
咁
to
都好
notice
咧，
her by
佢哋
herself,
三個人係 friend 啊，
wandering
都
the
成日都自己
gardens
一
at the
個。
most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle
但
Tower
係
as
住喺
long
度
as she
咁耐，我
did.
都好吃驚。你唔搬出去啦，依然都
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter
木星嘅
instead?
衛星。
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in
似
time,
係
until she
啊
marries
園
the
丁啊，佢
gardener.
話係。
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. like rats
好
deserting
似
a
跳雪
sinking
求
ship.
生咁。
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can
親自
personally
擔保，
vouch for her
唔通你就係個
innocence.
兇
She
手？
never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose?
Primrose
She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away.
away，
She went away.
到底嗰個 went away 係物理上定係身體去世嗰個？
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left
Oh my
behind by a
God,
previous
terrible.
inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
我哋揾出嚟。
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a
哦，家草培
floriculturist,
栽，
best in the
家。
field.
嗰個
That's a
園
flower
丁嗰個
joke,
人咯，我哋
but she was.
Interesting.
interesting。
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. That's rather a small
I know, look,
cage for
that's like
3
a child.
birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all
你
trapped
哋間屋
in a
咁大，
cage? What a precious
佢個
photograph.
女細個嗰
She
陣，
hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She
Okay,
passed
my
it down to
God.
Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fish
我
man.
唔知啲玻璃
Playing a
點樣嚟。
trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
係飛走咗咯。
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's
有啲草
standards.
率，
At least he tried.
你努力
Yes,
咗㗎
I
啦。
suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a
你都
hobby.
你都唔
Keeps his
啱啊！
mind from decaying, you know. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
搞笑。
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw
我
rather
呢個係最
recently.
新嘅，
I guess.
Poppy's 2 closest friends.
但係搣
Freya
咗，
looks so innocent there.
佢睇落好無辜。
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me,
我覺得睇落
it's a
係咩
big
咧？
red
我覺得係山咯。
thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though.
你又冇
It is
錯
a big,
嘅
big。thing.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Is this important?
Possibly.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene
但係一
right
接
next
如
to
果係
Freya's
柯南
body.
嗰個有可
I
能嘅。
guess it's possible.
I
Yung
haven't
wapat
seen
eh.
that tape for a long
Sa-
time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are
財富
fleeting,
如
my
浮雲，俾
friends.
啲好啦咁。
Pointer property originally, purloined
啊，被
by the
盜走喎，佢
fellows.
哋話係。
Typical. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
呢個阿叔應該知道啲嘢。
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in the bush outside.
好激動
I
喎。
think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with
係啊，
nature
佢係最
all
危
the
險嘅
same.
嗰個，喺佢身
Not
邊嘅
exactly a wealth of information,
唔
is
算
it?
豐富，我已經好多啦喎。我已經有好多啦。
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean?
Eh?
Her husband?
No, her brother
think I
and
did
sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of
十
them
幾
in
年
over
冇
a
同佢哋
decade.
講過嘢咯，瞓晒咯喎。有啲度我未去過，有2間房係鎖住。
It's locked.
Locked.
There must be some way to get it open.
但係喺佢個女間房嘅呢個咯，
A big glass door leads out into the
There's a little mechanism.
到底點樣整咧？唯一唔係 P 同 F 字頭嘅大叔。哦，呢個真係唔識喎。
Nothing.
All
Still,
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something?
I think it is, but in an abstract kind of way.
我諗啊，譬如呢個，可能呢度，其實我諗係對面咯。
Nope. It's
Maybe
not.
the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
我就係唔知點解呢個，我係要呢度先可以去到花園。哇，係咁樣玩咗3個鐘啦。
Ah.
You know, I think this might be one of a pair.
What? The whole thing?
Yeah. Something about those symbols. The duality of the sun
係啊，
and
二
moon, you
元
know?
對立啊。
If you say so.
跟住咧，佢話有部分啱個波。哦，呢度。
Ah.
You
Didn't work.
know, I think this might be one of a pair.
這可能是一對中的一個。
What? The whole thing?
Yeah. Something about those symbols. The duality of the sun and moon, you know?
If you say so.
咁即係點咧？我解釋下點解我咁樣做先啦。咁因為個太陽喺度嘛，對立就係呢個啦；個太陽喺度嘛，對立就係呢個啦。呢個位啊嘛，咁對立就係呢個啦。而家我唔識嘅呢粒，咁我就將佢放咗喺度。然之後佢就話啱落，唔係啱唔晒。點解咧？啊，定係咁樣啊？斜角啊，即係呢個對呢個斜角，呢個對呢個。
Ah.
You
Didn't work.
know, I think this might be one of a pair.
What? The whole thing?
Yeah. Something about those symbols. The duality of the
If
sun.
you say so.
唔知點解。
Ah.
You know,
What?
yeah, the duality of the
If
sun.
you say so.
唔係好知佢呢個點教。 錯又錯唔晒，啱又啱唔晒，咁樣咯。點解佢哋唔叫人開門又要玩puzzle？我都唔知劇情需要，因為點樣啊？試下完全相反，我試咗啊。譬如呢個對呢個，呢個對呢個，呢個對呢個，咁咧呢一粒就唔知對邊嘅，可能 PK 身啊。跟住咧就放呢度。
You know, I think the duality.
佢唔知要放去邊咯。
You know, the duality.
我係咁樣直對咯，但係呢粒就
You know, the duality. You know, the duality.
Didn't work.
You know, the duality.
I don't know. Road run, C run. Road 2, C2. Road run, C3. Road 4, C2. Ah? No. Out 係寒，啱唔啱啊？而家呢個，哦，呢個打橫嘅係寒，係咩
？Didn't work.
You know, I think this might be
What?
one. Yeah, the duality.
If you say so. Didn't
You
work.
know,
What?
yeah, the duality.
If you say so.
差在呢個同埋呢個。
Didn't
You
work.
know,
What?
yeah, the duality.
If you say so.
我唔係好明咯，其實。Hello， 富奇，係啊，真係唔係好 get 喎。但我哋要開咗呢度門先可以去花園。
You know,
What?
yeah, the
If
duality.
you say so.
用一個放喺上面個太陽度。
Didn't
You
work.
know,
What?
yeah, the
If you
duality.
say so. Didn't
You know,
work.
yeah, the
If
duality.
you say so.
好難喎，唔係好明佢想點啊，因為一個放喺左下嘅太陽。
Didn't work.
You know,
What?
yeah, the
If
duality.
you say so.
左下嘅太陽。
Didn't
You know,
work.
yeah,
If
duality.
you say so.
唔係好明啊，佢嗰個 logic。對立嘅話，嗰陣試過啦嘛。仲要冇咩提示，係啊！佢之前係咁俾提示
You
㗎
know, yeah,
嘛
the。
If
duality.
you say
嗰個
so.
雀嗰度。
Didn't
You know,
work.
yeah,
If
duality.
you say so.
How come？我就知佢要對立咯，所以我呢個我就係我最初諗嘅對立咯。
Ah,
You know,
what?
yeah, the
If
duel.
you say so.
卡關了。
I guess we'll come back later.
嗱，我哋試下喺呢個豎琴嗰度睇下點。
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
好奇怪呢個圖騰。都唔知係咩。
Let's come back later.
而家我哋 overall 嘅 plan 咧就可以有2格未開啦，呢度應該都有1格，我唔知呢度有冇，我估3格左右咯。我哋要同 Pandy 傾下，好啊，陣間去啊，休息幾分鐘先下。記得我琴日有15前返嚟啦。 休息幾分鐘啦。 Yo， 翻嚟啦 ，We're back。咁我哋咧就係揾佢傾偈啦。哦，有幾樣嘢可以俾佢睇。
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we
我哋
found
做咗
it.
puzzle 先揾到㗎。
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
全部人都有各自嘅秘密。
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
唔中意嘅話，點解會擠喺間房呢？
I think it's a little vulgar. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things
我唔
like
中意啲昆
Noted.
蟲類類。啊，咁無奈有咩可以問啊？哦，仲有呢個。
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but
每次咧我都會覺得後悔。
it's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
係咯，你記得你又覺得佢冇用，係記得嘅。問完咯喎，有啲咩可以問啊？有嘅都問咗啦，冇問漏啊。天文塔。有咩係我漏咗
What is it?
It's large.
You're not wrong. There's something kinda...
Oh, does it not?
There's something kinda...
Oh, does it not?
有咩係我漏咗
Trinkets.
They're clearly...
啊，唔係喎，
Every astronomy tower
I
needs.
wanna try.
我哋可以冇。哦，佢成日及對面個女人。
It's the tower opposite this one. I can just about see the gramophone. You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished
喺度
painting.
及對面條女啊佢，仲唔係痴漢就話點解
Behind it.
日頭你
Not
睇
from
咩
this
星啊？
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down. Is that a window?
I think
Is
it
there another room
呢上面仲有間
above
房
Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora behind her. I can't really see. I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor, knocked
仲未
off
整
its
翻好道
hinges.
門。
You can see right.
Not by accident.
I can see behind her. Can't really see. It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite
應該
this
冇
one.
啦，係咪啊？
It's the tower opposite this one.
It's too dark back there. I can't really see anything. It's too dark back there.
我哋應該要去對
Isn't
面。
this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for
你要望個
astronomy to
天
work.
先可以研究天文學。
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about Pointer's
佢嘅天文嗜好
astronomy
就係望對面
habits.
條女。
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to
你
the
嘅眼
wider
界就去咗
universe,
對面
it
座塔咯。
cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly
Stalker
different
咯，呢啲咪
field
叫
of
係同
research.
居嘅 stalker 咯。
That's not it.
佢研究緊啲咩？佢唔係研究緊對面條女咩？
That's not it.
佢究竟研究緊啲咩咧？
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably
但係呢個有
large
反應
and
嘅
the
㗎。
unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally.
Naturally.
My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
誒咩試圖隱藏啊？
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
佢係幫手
First
睇
you accuse
水。
me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of
Spying?
what? Spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen,
哦
and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around. Both
哦，
towers
原來
and
唔
in
見
the
咗嘅
gardens
唔係
too.
雀，而
She
係
was
金
definitely up to
甲蟲
something.
嘅
So,
嘅
this
標
next
本。
question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't.
但佢冇
When I
望我
looked
哋
into the
啊。
room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window.
Eh?
I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly
Flora
dark.
and
The
Freya.
telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
你又翻花園啦？花園到底有啲咩睇啊？誒，有對鞋喎！
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the
What
back.
does it say? Grimoire?
哦，佢係我嘅新朋友，佢鍾意音樂，簡單嘅旋律會撼動佢嘅靈魂。祝兩位好運 ，Freya。咁其實死咗嘅可能唔係 Freya，而係 Flora。佢只係 Freya 扮咗 Flora 個樣。
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Wow.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
哦，我哋而家先第二個 chapter，不是吧？點樣聽俾佢聽啊？點樣俾佢聽啊？留聲機哦，我哋翻去留聲機度。
It's a path through the leads up to the house.
我上面而家有多間房可以探索。簡單的音樂，張紙可能係佢阿媽寫。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
而家係 humming，就係呢個下面有兩粒點。咁俾呢個佢聽呢？
It's piano music.
咦冇嘅，叫佢聽耐啲。佢咁耐都唔成形嘅，點解？但係我隻嘢唔斷見咗，重新播過啦。humming原來就係嘴唇。
It's piano music.
我哋要等佢成形先得喎。有冇得較快啊？但我唔想再播過。好神秘啊！呢度個 mystery。佢停未啊？哦，我撳咗佢就會 hold on 噶咯，唔得喎。原來較快咗會咁嘅。 佢唔出嚟嘅嗰隻蟹。
It's piano music.
我而家淨係得哼明嗰個圖案，你唔係要播晒啊嘛？反轉，陣間試埋。我應該要停㗎嘛，啱啱哼嗰個又停得咁快。快啲停啦！啊嚟啦嚟啦，有聲啊！咦唔係，佢有聲但係都冇停嘅。唔係喎，應該係要鋼琴嗰個圖案 sample。啊，咁啊令我好冇耐性，嗰隻蟹唔吸力啊！唔好同我講要聽晒啊！但 Poppy 嗰8個聲啊，我要揾佢親自彈喎咁。要佢彈多次啦。
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
我隻蟹呢？啊有啦！噔噔噔，突兩點喺上面，噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。鐘聲，我哋去返門口，跟住再門口花園攞埋嗰個 sample。花園先啦，咪先。鐘聲，雀喺隔離嘅，會唔會呢個雀呢？啊有啦，2點喺中間。好難講。但係
That's all for
So,
now.
what-
Should we go back to the garden?
先呢，係鐘聲，然之後哼音樂同埋雀。鐘聲，哦，呢度有得睇。兩隻手向下啦，跟住咧兩隻腳向下啦，跟住咧 V 字啦，然之後 W， 係兩隻手左右啦，2點向上，兩隻腳向下 ，V。左右手，左右一點。
Let's try this.
哦，呢度有嘅，唔使自己記咯。傻咗，唔使我自己計，基本上記得咁辛苦為乜？係你啦，係你啦，係你啦。
gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
啊，唔係
Do you
啩？
hear that?
哦，即口啊！
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
收集所有線索，完成所有嫌疑，同 Sally 講嘢。我點解叫佢變呢？即係我哋仲有幾多線索啊？我諗我哋仲有6個要攞。喂，救命啊！仲有邊個冇嫌疑 ？Poppy。即係我哋爭 Poppy 冇嫌疑啫。咁我哋只係同佢對質。仲有啲咩我可以行？我行埋呢間房先定？我行呢度先得近啲。石頭廣場，哦，呢個就係嗰個偵探。
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
哇，咩嚟㗎？
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
指正。而家係幾點？應該唔
I'll
係
do
而
this
家。
later. A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
溫室。
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone
有人
scratched it
挖咗
off.
佢。我有模糊。
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Wanna play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
佢哋兩個人真係
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
點解要企喺度寫嘢咧？
More of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how this structure is supported.
係咪有啲嘢支撐？
Yeah, are we on an island or what?
Beats me. Hi.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base
我都以為
of
佢喺
Tangle
度
Tower.
燒嘢定唔知做緊乜咯。
A wooden trunk.
I want one.
好
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
好假啊！
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the...
我哋去嗨下佢。
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things.
哇！呢個人
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective.
detective。
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective
點解佢會
Hawkshaw.
住喺呢度
Oh,
嘅？
nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name
Hawkshaw.
than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between
我唔
myself
明
and
點
my
佢企喺度寫
client.
嘢咯，不過
Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh.
好有道理啊！
Now, if
Why?
you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small
個
exception.
頭好神奇，我以為係盔甲。
Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
5日
Who are you
半。
working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar?
You really think so?
You will think so？
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a
Unusual。
thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
佢都做過啲咩咧？我有公詞啦。
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way.
Stay out of the
I
way.
consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say. Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps. An hour here or there, sporadically.
Oh my god.
Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent. And her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
Barely.
314 cases solved.
都係一個好自戀嘅人。
314. Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself.
What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27.
27
Makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
仲有好多，不如我唔知全部問晒好唔好，我覺得好攰。
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
嘢啦，唔 share。
And you consider that important evidence, do you?
I don't think so.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? 3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Wonder.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree. Doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Does Flora still own that bird?
Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
I see.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes. I see that. These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others.
A photograph of Freya could be important. I admit, it's powerful. Freya is a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
我覺得佢同我嗰個女拍檔都係串人嗰種咯。
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told. I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
嗰陣未裂開嘅。
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something.
It was empty yesterday too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
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 Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
搞掂咗啦，就入去啦，未入得啫嘛。
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
Maybe.
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
真係好正。
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
最後一個。
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it
甚
that.
至唔係一
It's
座
not even a
塔。
tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
一樣啦。問到攰啊，但係冇可疑嗰個嘢可以幫我問。我而家可以去邊啊？我可以去呢間啊！你可以去溫室啊！ 都好靚哦 ！My God！ 喂，甲蟲
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
咩？
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
啲人咁搞笑都太平。
To you, maybe.
佢好特別喎！呢個人
You're only 2 inches taller than
你
me.
真係高我唔試嘢咁就。
2 inches makes all the difference.
誒果好似按摩果實
A
啊！
shape like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
按摩果實
Is that fruit?
Too shiny?
Safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no.
呢個真係發光嘅。
A little chart of, actually I have no idea what it's about.
咩嚟㗎？嗰啲咩 alpha、beta 嗰啲啊？
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
唔嘅，咖啡
Bags of soil.
It's
好
so
藍啊！
blue.
啲藍色嘅土，
Tools. Used by a gardener for gardening.
佢好似水
It's
球。
glass,
誒唔係
but I
Total
can't.
oxymoron.
I am not.
Tools. Used by gardening.
係咪冇啦？
It's glass, but
Total
I am not. It's bigger in here than I thought it would be.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for a
有啲
greenhouse.
頹廢，唔係啊！呢啲磚都幾靚啦。
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
有啲花睇落
Can
有
flowers be
Anything can be poisonous.
good to know?
Good to know。
It's bigger in here than I. It's bigger in here than I. It's bigger in here
係
than
咪冇咧？
It's bigger in here than I.
應該冇。
Bit of a decadent flooring choice.
碌佢，
Sally, don't move.
呢個咪就係園丁咯。
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
紫色嘅頭，
Is
同埋
anyone
佢個
going to
佢
say
塊面好
anything?
方。
Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Sorry.
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 That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
I don't know，我都想高啊。
You work here as the gardener.
但佢係呢
I
個
don't get
家嘅人，
paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right.
right？
Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake
我
surrounding
都
the
想
entire
高
house.
啊。
Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what?
Poison
Poison?
It's not poisonous.
對你嚟
Not to
講
you.
冇毒。
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls.
佢
The
把
water
聲都好
grows the
聽喎。
plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Hydrological
Could you
cycle，
say that again, but like condense it as
有
if
啲
it was talking
蠢
to
嘅。
a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just
自然
nature.
現象。
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No,
No，
I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes
Penelope.
looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much.
好有文學
We
修
both
養，
left the
佢喺度
greenhouse in the
係
early
咯。
afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see
好
anyone
特
else.
別啊！呢家
After
人，
that, I went up to the garden
因為與世
outside
隔
my room.
絕㗎嘛，佢哋呢
And
度要搭船。
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Right，
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
風詞嚟。
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't
唔
sound
止係人嘅
human.
尖叫，
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower.
so we went up there.
個 B 係邊個？
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me.
I
can tell. Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Our clothes, blue hair, average 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing? Recently?
Good. It's good.
但係唔係喎，佢未婚妻同 Poppy 係唔啱牙噶嘛？但 Poppy 係佢個 friend，然之後佢未婚妻同呢個人唔啱牙。
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind. Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
我嘢好長啊！你抽線索，不如揀啲問啦。有啲咩係 佢有關。
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
我諗緊啲好戇嘅嘢啊，就係咧，即係唔係人工製造，但係咧有顏料係金色，可以油金佢噶嘛。
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. Those petals, they,
What?
What?
They're red.
喂，佢有啲學實喎，佢知係咩花，但係佢就係話呢個係紅色嘅花。
Freya's best work, in my opinion.
呢個覺得佢呢個好嘅作品。
The photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
What do you
mean?
Like,
what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
有咩要問呢？
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. What's with the broken glass?
係咯，我都想知個玻璃咩事。
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden,
Oh!
I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm.
但係攞玫瑰花送俾佢。
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
我哋試下過去咯。咦，唔係喎，呢度門口仲有嘢喎。哇，好拼啊佢間房。
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all. Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
佢明明係呢一家嘅人，點解會覺得咁慘嘅？好似
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says,
PP.
"To Fitz from PP."
佢哋兩個女人都係 PP 嚟。
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside. Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's
What?
a combination lock, sort of.
What am I doing here? What am I doing here?佢又唔可以旋轉喎呢個嘢。 lost. Oh my god. Cái 個紙係唔可以喐噶咯，外面唔可以轉噶咯。係咯 ？Does it make sense? I'm not so sure. It's長咯呢個 game。
I'll come back later.
There's
something outside the probably just a rock.
You sure? It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
誒？又係呢個嘢？哦，1212，我哋要記住個太陽啊 ！Oh my god！ 喂
，Let's come back.
Annoying.
It's locked.
I thought we
are.
What's that thing by the hand?
喂，有點太複雜喎呢個。
Let's come back once we. Hello. Doesn't need to be.
但係呢個 puzzle 佢哋明得3塊嘅啫喎，佢仲冇得轉喎，你話我解唔到㗎？以我嘅聰明才智，冇理由解唔到㗎。我唔信。I don't believe it。明明得3塊。可以 overlap 嘅，唔係喎，佢有 layer 分，總之係藍色、紅色、黃色咯，定唔知綠色咯，即係佢個 overlap 都會係呢個係最大，綠色係最大。點啦？Something like that，其實都唔係好 make sense。咁呢個又係乜嘢咧？
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around, you'll find a clue.
I'll come back later.
我哋睇下。
Huh.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
我哋要去翻哦，佢哋咪幽會啊！黐線，你睇下，佢間房同埋佢間房中間係花園，然之後呢個佢哋未分砌。Oh my god！ 一扎一扎。
A big glass door leads out.
There's a little
Something
That
happened.
must be it.
唔通係定情信物？貴圈真亂。
And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
係咯，仲有玫瑰花喎。個玫瑰花就係嗰幅畫入邊佢哋畫嘅，會唔會係佢哋殺㗎？因為佢知道咗佢哋嘅幽會。
It's locked.
I thought
we are.
What's that thing by the handle?
會唔會？1、2、3、4。
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
我哋去到呢間中間嘅房啦，呢個叫屋頂花園。哇，玫瑰花！
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly. That's one big
好大隻
dragonfly.
蜻蜓。
Or one very small dragon. It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
老的。
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs. It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
How shall I go finish the investigation on my
呢間
own?
屋嘅設計都幾得，佢唔係嗰啲密室咯，而係可以打通咯。
That'd be great.
但係你兩棟樓，你係除咗呢個打通嘅位，就係要落地下再行上去對面。
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
蛋係最易整嘅形狀，唔係佢要好 shape 好冇角嘅喎。
More egg statues.
I don't
Well,
get it.
artist, an egg has got to be the...
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
Giant stone frog.
巨
Love
型
it.
石蛙。
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes.
係羽毛
They're
啊！
feathers.
哦，五彩顏色嘅，冇一隻係物質料理。
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something
塞舌，
suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
陣間再問啦。又多隻
More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, artist, an egg has got to be the...
It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only two ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah. The door into Poppy's.
So-
Ah.
因為
I
佢
guess
哋
so.
兩個可以喺度熱扎熱扎。
Oh, good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
呢個參觀
Oh,
嘅
good.
咋，
I'm
Not all...
the stone pillars. Or what's
Enjoy your
left of
section.
them.
仲冇咩去睇咧？
It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
That'd be great.
It's a two-person
Now,
bed.
what makes it a... It looks
哇！呢
pretty
個根本
standard
就
to
係
me.
幽會聖地嚟嘅喎。Oh my Jesus! I guess.
A little pond.
It looks really easy. Those metal bars.
Yeah.
Nothing. Looks like somebody broke them and then never...
呢個咧，
It's so relaxed. I might just stay.
呢個版冇得睇。我哋可以上埋上面再落地下啦，咁。唔係呢度可以睇埋，好多嘢睇啊！呢間屋太神秘，喂，好型。
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight.
You know there's a name for that.
自帶幽會聖地嘅屋。
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
係喎，佢啲塵比其他地方少。
Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
係標本啊！有人打獵跟住攞翻嚟，喂，寶箱
Just dusty junk.
呢啲飛飛嘅咩嚟㗎？
At least the moths are kept well fed.
飛蛾。
Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure.
Looks like it might attach to something.
攞嚟吊嘢㗎噃。好啦。
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
啊，真係唔開㗎？不是吧
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Kinda.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you
think it was done?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda.
呢個唔係畫嚟嘅咩？定係窗？
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my interest. Kinda.
有啲咩我可以
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching.
Sorry.
Kinda.
得咁少嘢啫咩？
Nothing catching. Kinda. What's in that little skull?
You know, maybe I won't.
真係冇。
It's a jar.
Huh. Just dusty junk.
冇理由㗎，我哋幾新歡就上呢個奇怪嘅光又唔知係咩嚟。
Where's that light coming
It's
from?
just daylight. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
我哋可以望到下邊啊！咪柯南嗰啲喺度掉啲嘢，然之後殺人啊啦！
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
即係點啊？
Is that what I think it is?
就係呢個位可以喺度殺人咯。我哋去埋呢度，跟住再去門口啦。Interesting.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about.
It's
It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the
唯一一
roses.
個有紅色玫瑰嘅就係幽會聖地，即係佢去咗佢哋係幽會聖地。唔係呢個 ，not this one。嗰幅畫咧喺度。
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I
doesn't
couldn't have
matter.
taken anything
啊
from
冇
the
可能喺度
rooftop
攞嘢。
garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For
總有
most
其
people, it
他
would be.
位。
But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
要啲雀幫你攞朵花。唔係玫瑰偷竊字咩？佢嘅花，但呢個花你連個盆栽一齊偷，我覺得有啲奇怪。咁樣。
Penny's flower was
唔係啊，應該嘈啦，冇嗰個
one of
聲。
Penny's birds and distract them. No, Penny's flower was stolen from one of Penny's birds and steal evidence from them. That's not right. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. Almost.
Almost.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Almost. Maybe just... One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Pointer and Fitz because they were planning a murder. That's not right either.
Yeah.
Pointer's telescope was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. That's not right either. Pointer's telescope was used to spy on Freya and Fitz because they were planning a murder. That's not right either.
好長啊呢個 game， 但係咧又好似有好多嘢做咗喎，我又好想睇下個結局喎。如果唔係就睇下點樣咯，我有可能會開多集。呢隻 game 要幾耐先正常？我上網查咗嘅 ，average 係5個半鐘。我諗住我做到我做嘅嘢，跟住我就會等下一集噶啦。哎呀，到底係邊個先係啱咧？我要10個鐘，我希望唔使啦。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just...
我都係要改咩嘢咧？一定唔係錢先啦，首先分散注意力同埋精力啊！呢個
was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the greenhouse. Almost. Maybe just change. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. Being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
啲雀會唔會太食？強大嘅雀可以捉偷情，你話佢幾犀利？ 開放晒啲地圖啦。我要睇啲咩呢個
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
我呢要重組句子。
garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made
佢哋偷情嗰陣，然之後發現咗有尖叫聲。
Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Wow.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone.
我中意呢個重組案件嘅。
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I don't care.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
呢個 game 大癲喎，真係。
When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
佢哋係咪全部夾過晒啊？
Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
佢就係一致咗，有奇怪。
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think?
What do you think?
Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
I don't think so. 邊度有橙啊？
The painted ink-dip feather was used to paint the red tip of a feather found outside to hide the evidence. Nope.
Nope.
The painted ink-dip feather was used to paint the red tip of blood from the paint pot to hide the evidence. That's not right. The painted ink-dip feather was used to paint the red tip of blood from the paint pot to resemble a bloody knife. That's not right either.
Hmm? 用嚟畫某東西嘅。
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink-dip feather to hide the evidence. Almost. Maybe just... Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence,
or
somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well,
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and
點
more
咩刺殺
interested
感興趣？
in the
點嘅
how.
刺殺先感興趣？我覺得係上面嗰個角
She was
度。
stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over?
有可能係跌親，然之後喺上面整把刀落去。
Unrelated.
我哋應該查下溫室啊。哇，下面仲有喎，原來。
Hanging baskets.
To you, May.
They're only 2
2 inches makes all.
有啲咩地方可以收埋嘢啊？
All the flowers here look
flowers?
anything can be.
Good to know. It's glad.
Total
I am not.
Tools used by gardening.
下溫室查啲咩啊？
A little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
呢個我哋未用到嘅，好複雜啊。
What do you make of
Not
it?
a whole lot.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Wait, those are mine. The earmuffs.
咦，佢係耳
They
罩
went
嚟。
missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
Chainsaw.
I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Genius.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
That's a handsome. Looks like he might.
佢叫我嚟揾溫室。
This one's another.
Okay, that is definitely.
Looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
哦，呢個都係一個。
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the
真係
fruit
食
grow
得
all
咩？
shiny and
寶石
gem,
光滑。
stony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's
Oh
going
my
to happen.
god！
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
You look at it，就係欣賞佢。
Is that fruit?
Too shiny. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat?
I'm gonna say no. All the flowers. Anything.
Good to know. It's bigger in here than I.
咁我要炒啲咩咧？到底？
Hanging baskets.
To you,
They're
May,
only
2 inches makes all. It's bigger in here than I.
What should I do here？
bags of soil.
It's so...
石頭廣場
A wooden trunk.
I want one.
啊係喎呢度喎
Is that a...
If it is.
我哋未 solve 呢個嘢啊點為之正確嘅位啊
Nope.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
I mean, what is the correct time?
I guess that's wrong.
Did you work out what direction each hand needs to be facing? Each one ends with a little hoop. Try looking through the hoop and ignoring the rest.
I mean, what's the time is it?
Just gonna rest my brain.
3點、6點、12點、9點
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth? One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh,
好正啊佢傳
Just
得
some suspicious leaves.
係咪呢度咧？好似唔係。
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be
I'm
quite
OT.
naive. To study science in any field is to study the connection between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Yes!
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
係咯，有邊個會用音樂室咧？
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
有啲咩啊？
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next.
Next.
Name, Fitzfellow.
神秘
Age,
植物學
24.
家。
Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil,
好
dislikes
要電
electric
燈
lights.
啊！
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and he's
身高太
got
高。
fine.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
佢攞住一把刀。我好多嘢都未問喎，你發現
Name: Poppy Pointer. Age: 19. Profession: Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name: Penelope Pointer. Age:
呢棟樓啲人都係乜物學家嘅。
Ornithologist. Likes: birds. Dislikes: insects. Notes: Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
佢會中意 Penelope。
Name: Percival Pointer. Age: 57. Profession:
No.
None.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name: Haksha. Age: unknown. Profession: private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
個偵探唔中意佢。
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
Yeah?
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Molu.
Is that a...
If it is...
3點啊3點3點6點
Nope.
So, moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
Phoebe 都 update 得好快，係。喂，3點、6點、9點、12點唔 up，3點、9點，即係點樣啊？3點、9點，3點，呢個係咩啊？3點、9點。
I guess that's wrong.
Did you work out what direction each one ends with a little hoop?
呢個會唔會係6點啊？嗱，我諗緊。
Reset the bubble?
應該係3、9、12、6。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
Not bad.
What's in the box?
A little tool, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
有螺絲。
The door's unlocked. Finally.
unlock 咗嘅，但係
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Not all.
Ah, a little water. Wonder how it's hooked up. It's the door into
One of only two.
Yeah.
unlock 咗嘅？啱啱明明鎖住㗎。
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have.
I
used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
佢嘅 client 到底係邊個？其實
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
幾好嘅講
Fitz
法。
spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
醜物，
I just wonder if he's getting
焦躁不安。我哋又揾 Phoebe 啦。係咁揾佢嘅。
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things far away.
一個係話望遠鏡，一個係話顯微鏡。
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
There's something about Hawkshaw. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
嗱，一個話離望遠，一個話顯微啊。我哋真係質問佢。
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
我哋要 search 啲咩啊？唔係好捉偷情咩？
That's not right.
竟然唔係？
That's not right.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact you didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
根本就唔係
It's
顯
not
微
a
鏡。
microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
用來。
The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just... The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw stole it. Nope.
因為我已經唔記得咗啦。
The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a fake glass lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. That's not right. The handheld microscope is made entirely out of Fifi's eye gear, so Hawkshaw lied about it. That's not right either.
唔記得咗喎。
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
即係呢個唔啱啦。
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento. My childhood.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a I had hoped to assign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Okay. 我哋又去佢間房啦，喺度行嚟行去。
Hello.
Not hidden.
Doesn't need to be.
真係唔知呢個喎。
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around.
我就見到呢個啫，向下嘅箭嘴。 我咪啱啱砌嗰個嚟咯。
Still locked.
I think the line's drawn on the paper.
啊！咁呢個綠色咧？
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle, but with.
但係佢其實有幾隻顏色咯。I mean， 佢有好多顏色咯。第三個下邊嗰個先係。
That was incorrect.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle, but with.
我唔知啊，佢有有藍色、紅色同綠色，但係佢有4隻唔同嘅顏色。喺度 PK 上翻嚟啦，葉紋我知啊，葉紋啊，但係佢個顏色唔同啊。我諗呢個就係第一個，然之後咧。 呢個我都唔知邊個打邊個。第二個上面嗰個。
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle, but with.
佢係葉紋啊！ 但係我只係分唔到咩色打咩色啫嘛。
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad.
覺得個顏色點分㗎
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in cloth. That's kind of ominous.
哦，嗰個橙啊，就係 TP 同 FF。我哋走去問佢。 係咯，問佢個橙係咩回事？佢隻顏色發光噶。
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
但喺你間房揾
噶。
喺你間房揾出嚟噶噃。啊，佢仲未實咩
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
有啲不安啊。
How odd.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
你係偷情對象啊？有啲咩啊？
There's something about the something.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife, and I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much, but yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
That.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
An ornate trowel was used to bury a single feather in the garden. Nope.
開娘塔
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Poppy's room. Almost. Maybe just... An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
唔係你
We
嘅
need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz. We need a clue that's got some connection.
Let's take a closer look at these.
個盆栽一樣，同埋藍色嘅土。
The pot and soil in Flora's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
唔係 Flora。
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
後面仲有啊，地下室啊，黐線。
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
人。最後一間 room 啦啩。下面嘅秘密。哇哦！實驗室
bugs.
好大隻。
Looks like they're made of metal. It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
裂咗㗎喎。
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
仲有道門啊。
I like that you called them rooms. Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection.
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Eh?
Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
咩嚟㗎？ 我呢個 puzzle 要啲時間，睇下其他嘢先。
Just gonna rest my brain.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Forensic Entomology.
That's an incredibly...
哦，我可以咁樣撳呢個。
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking...
Medieval pirates.
The ladder leading back up. Chemistry apparatus. What's in there?
哇！甲蟲幾多 cm 啊？
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal. Compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
There's a bunch of notes, it's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
There's a bunch, it's mostly numbers.
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
呢度咪喺入邊個間房個花園見到啲嘢咯，寶石甲蟲，好多張喎呢度。
This looks like it was.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
同埋圖書館啊。
Reminds me of
the one from the chalkboard.
Yeah. Is that a periodic?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols. Mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh.
呢度有好大嘅秘密啊
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking
medieval pirates.
我諗我今日可能去到呢度先。我哋嘅進度都幾多。嗱，我哋其實未探晒啦，可能仲可以落多層，但係算係咁咯。哇，好多嘢喎 ！I mean 咧，佢個圖咧，有啲關於昆蟲嘅 number 啦，然之後又話煉金術啦，即係之後我哋關於就係嗰3幅圖都要行去溫室啦。要行去圖書館啦，仲要行去天文台咯，環環相扣。I mean， 我估唔到佢個故事咁 deep 咯。我以為好快就可以解通。哇 ！Hi， 老師，我開咗5個鐘台啦，我即將收台。幾有趣，但係好長咯，我怕大家悶啊，同埋都唔可以用腦用咁多個鐘，係幾好玩嘅 so far， 佢又唔會太難，佢有啲提示會俾你嘅，但係呢間屋都幾分裂，即係呢個係大門啊嘛，大門下面有個大嘅叫做實驗咁嘅嘢啦，然之後下面仲有道門，應該再落多一個啦。然之後佢哋有個幽會嘅聖地啦，有個好大嘅全配音好有愛，不過好多對白。係啊 ，Hello 雲兒 ，Hello，係咯，跟住我覺得呢度太過神奇。但其實我唔計呢個新請翻嚟嗰個，呢啲冇晒啲人嘅，講笑話，冇晒啲人嘅，啱啱明明有人㗎，即係呢個人係外面請翻嚟嘅一個，都係偵探，我唔知點解佢負責揾嗰啲蟲，但係兇殺案就由我哋2個嚟負責啦。但其實佢哋個家族係，我睇下個。
Let's not wander off right now。
唔好走啊！
Let's not wander off right now。
我就諗住。
Let's not wander off right now。
睇一睇佢個家族樹添。總之就係其實每一邊得幾個人嘅啫嘛。嗱，最上邊呢層呢個Flora， 跟住佢老公，然之後佢個女。然之後Foya 啦，嗰個死咗嘅受害者啦，同埋個園丁啦，然之後呢個天文學家，呢個彈鋼琴嘅女仔啦，同埋呢個喺雀嗰度嘅未婚妻啦， 2、3、4、5、6、7、8，係咯。其實成棟樓唔計外人，嗰個偵探得8個人嘅啫嘛。啲房多到咧，同埋佢哋咁樣行法都幾攰下。我當呢度1樓啦，我唔當地下室咩先啦。門口啊嘛，1樓咪地下啦，1樓、2樓、3樓。咁呢個就係3.5啦，閣樓咁樣。好可愛。所以 so far 係好豐富咯，我覺得個劇情，你有好多嘢可以搜查。係啊，到底廁所、廚房、飯廳喺邊呢？佢哋唔會一齊食飯嘅咩？會唔會呢度係飯廳啊？唔知咧，即係我當佢，尤其係咧呢個天文學嘅，有啲地方咧佢哋啲房係冇床嘅咯，即係嗰個 Fire 間房冇床啦，呢個間房冇床啦，佢哋成日喺度夾女啦，好多疑點啊！然之後呢個外人唔知點解佢淨係企喺個戶外地方喺度寫嘢啦。I mean 你都可以坐嘅啫，其實係咪先？同埋佢身為呢個家族其中一個，佢間房係咁咩都冇啦，超神奇咯！呢度係啦，咁有好多疑點啦。呢個係佢應該仲複雜過柯南大電影咯，好冇？柯南大電影都係靠佢嘅足球踢，跟住就完啦咁樣啦。我仲記得佢用足球可以踢跌咗呢個直升機咯，跟住我心諗唔係啩 ？So funny， 笑死！咁樣係咁樣先啦。下集再揾翻到底個真相係點？我揾咗幾耐，等我睇一睇我嘅 Steam 先。我玩咗5個鐘，係咯，我播咗5個鐘咯。5個鐘，normal 嘅 complete time 係5個半鐘嘅。如果 main 加 extra 嘅話咧，就可能接近6個鐘咁樣咯。但係我唔得啦，我攰啦，我個腦攰啦。我唔知今個星期會唔會再玩，會完成佢啦，睇時間啦。我會有 waiting room 嘅，如果係咁，我會喺 Twitter 講翻啦。咁但係就最緊要係咧，同大家宣傳翻星期6啦，嚟緊呢個星期6咧會有新衣裝，咁就我開咗個 tweet 係叫大家去俾棉花糖嘅，係啦，咁就可以投多啲棉花糖俾我啦，等我到時有嘢可以講啦。因為而家得2粒，係得2粒，咁樣就都係靠我自己吹水。係啦，同埋有個投票係關於做唔做特代嘅，so far我睇到就有2個話會上 join， 但係如果太少嘅話，睇下點咯。我都唔知啊，睇下大家嘅意願，有冇咩主題？冇㗎。你想有啲咩同我講啊？你想問我咩問題啊？或者係俾啲意見，哇！之後玩咩 game 咯，好啊，正啊，咁樣嗰啲咧，或者叫我講台詞咯。係啦，咁有咩都可以填入去嘅，反正而家好少。而家好少，所以你投咗幾多？反正冇提名噶嘛，所以我就唔知啊幾多個人係提即係有幾多粒糖入去，所以就希望有多啲啦，咁就可以豐富啲到時個直播啦。係咯，就係 OK， 所以到時就可以有多啲嘢，可以有話題啦，咁樣。 係啦，跟住星期日即係7號咧，就會視乎翻新衣裝嗰日效果好唔好，睇下會唔會再唱歌啊，或者啲咩 follow up 嘅活動咁樣咯。又或者咁我直接如果 weekday 唔得閒，咁我可能 weekend 都係星期日咁再打通呢個 game 咁樣。我都好想知道底後續係點樣。佢咁樣就消磨咗5個鐘啦，冇咩好奇心，所以冇問題。OK 嘅，冇好奇心，但係有冇咩想聽咯？即係有咩我唔使你問我，或者係你俾台詞我講咯，咁樣唔使一定問問題或者意見咯，係話推薦啲 game 俾我都得嘅。點歌咯，遲早都會有歌回噶啦。係啦，就係咁。anything 任何嘢，任何嘅句子，就是這樣。呢個就係啦，呢個下嚟緊個星期嘅 plan 啦。咁人呢？5個鐘啦。我冇諗過我會打咁，我諗預2-3個鐘嘅啫，其實。但係咧，因為咧，有好多新線索，我又想問，我又想知道開晒啲 room 會係點，跟住就一直都喺度堅持玩落去。但係而家我覺得我個腦 hold 唔住了，好正啊！呢個 game 咧，我覺得畫風幾好啦，個故事都唔算太複雜。又唔算好簡單，好普通咁樣。我嗰陣買係特價買嘅，而家都好似做緊特價，去到4號咯。而家做緊22.25啊！呢個遊戲，如果睇咗今日覺得有興趣可以買嘅，係啦，睇你哋可以自己玩，但係好長咯，真係好長啊個 game。係啦，22個幾麥當勞餐都食唔到咁滯。出門啊，辛苦晒 ，fans 我都收台咯，加油！唔知你做啲咩，不過加油。Have a nice weekend, have a nice day。係啦，咁樣啦，最後做翻個例行嘅呢個自我介紹宣傳。Hello， 大家好，我係 Virtual Hong Kong 嘅大學生 Diria Julie 迪利亞 Julie。咁樣呢，好多謝你今日嚟睇我嘅直播啦。如果你中意我今日嘅內容啦，中意我玩嘅遊戲啊，中意我把聲啊，中意我傻啦，中意我唔夠聰明啦 ，anything， 咁就可以請你 subscribe 我呢個 channel， 或者叫埋你啲朋友咧嚟 subscribe 下啦，係啦，係啦，咁我最重大嘅宣傳就係嚟緊6號啦，嚟緊6號新衣裝啦，咁就可以有一個新嘅面孔見大家啦。換新衫，咁點名之間飲水先。多謝苦婷，多謝老芝芝，多謝丁丁，多謝 PK 生，多謝 D Ship， 多謝 CA， 多謝雲兒，多謝大家今日嚟睇啊！咁如果你今日有嚟啦，又或者我冇睇到你哋嘅 comment 咧，可以下次就同我講翻，我一定會嗌翻你嘅。咁我哋咧就下次嘅直播再見啦。係啦，大家過一個愉快嘅星期日啦，就係咁樣啦。下次直播再見啦，拜拜。拜拜拜拜拜拜拜拜拜。 拜拜黑子，拜拜。